Ok. Teste, teste. 1, 2, 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It was with great honor that we officially opened the opening ceremony of the 36th Planetary Congress of the Association of Space Explorers, ASE 2025, a truly historic milestone for our country and for the entire global scientific community. For the very first time, Brazil hosts this gathering that brings together astronauts from every continent, men and women who have seen Earth from above, without borders, and who return to remind us that we are one planet, one humanity, one purpose to care for our common home. Today, we celebrate science, cooperation, and hope, an encounter that transcends languages, flags, and ideologies to show that humanity's true power lies in sharing knowledge and building the future together. Welcome to Brazil. Welcome to ASE 2025. To officially begin this solemn ceremony, we kindly invite everyone to please rise for the performance of the Brazilian national anthem.
As margens plácidas de povo heróico brado retumbante, e o sol da liberdade, raios fúlgidos, brilham no céu da pátria nesse instante. Se o penhor dessa igualdade conseguimos conquistar com braço forte, eis que eu sei a liberdade desafia o nosso peito à própria morte. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve, Brasil nos olhos denso, raio vívido, de amor e de esperança a terra desce. Sem teu formoso céu risonho límpido, a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece. Gigante pela própria natureza, és bela, és forte, pálido, colosso, e o teu futuro espelha essa grandeza. Outras vilas do Brasil, a pátria amada, pros filhos deste sol és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil. Imenso esplêndido, ao som do mar e à luz do céu profundo, fulguras ao Brasil, florão da América, iluminado ao sol do novo mundo. Do que a terra mais garrido, teus risonhos lindos campos têm mais flores, nossos bosques têm mais vida, nossa vida no teu seio mais amores. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve, Brasil de amor eterno seja símbolo, o lacaruca sempre estrelado, e digo verde louro desta flâmula, mas no futuro e glória no passado. Mas antes da justiça acaba forte, verás que o filho teu não foge à luta, quem teme, quem te adora a própria morte. Vilas do Brasil, a pátria amada, dos filhos deste sol és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil.
Thank you, everyone. The 36th Planetary Congress is an initiative of the Association of Space Explorers, ASC, and we have a special thanks to institutional support, City Hall of São Paulo, Memorial of Latin America, APPA, Secretariat of Culture, Economy and Creative Industries of the Government of São Paulo, Secretariat of Policies for Women of the Government of São Paulo, co-organized by Hardware BR Institute, IBICT, Brazilian Space Agency, organized by Softex, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of the Federal Government, ASC, is sponsored by Unimar. Thanks, everyone. And now, we dedicate a special tribute for those who are the very reason for this Congress, the astronauts. You, who have crossed the limits of the sky, who have floated above the blue of our planet, and who brought us undeniable proof that, when seen from above, there are no borders. Each of you carries in your journey the story of our humankind. You are living symbols of courage, curiosity, and hope. On behalf of the Brazilian people, please receive our deepest admiration, respect, and heartfelt gratitude for inspiring the world. We now begin the official addresses of this opening ceremony. Please welcome to the host of this Congress, astronaut Marcos Pontes. He's the first Brazilian of only South America to travel the space. He's an engineer, military officer, professor, former Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation of Brazil, and now Senator of the Republic. The word is yours, Marcos Pontes. Thank you.
Ok. Bom dia.
Good morning.
Well, first of all, let's start with this. No? Everything we do start with a dream. And I remember my time there as a kid. I used to have this dream about flying. I used to go to the airport, see the airplanes there. That was my dream, but I didn't have money for the flight lessons. So talking to the pilots there, they told me, go to the Air Force. In the Air Force, you can have a career, you can fly there. Excellent. But in Brazil, in order to be accepted at the Air Force Academy, you have to pass a very difficult test. You have to study a lot. And besides that, I had to work to help at home. So when I was 14 years old, got my first job. Was an electrician apprentice job at the railroad system there in Bauru, a small city here in this state of São Paulo. And I remember those days talking with my friends that I would like to be a pilot. They told me, you'll be a pilot? This is impossible for you. This is just for rich people. You're never going to be there. Interesting, when you have a dream and talk about your dreams to other people, normally they say it's impossible and such, right? So I got home that day, I was really sad. My mother, she came from work, beautiful blue eyes, Italian. And so she told me, no, they are not right. You can be whatever you want in your life if you study, if you work hard, if you persist, and always do more than expected from you. And she was right. So I did that, I studied, went to the Air Force, became a pilot, and then an aeronautical engineer, test pilot. And after a lot of sacrifice and efforts, I became an astronaut. And then I was in space. I remember exactly the first time after the main engine cut off, took off my gloves. They were floating in front of me. That was beautiful. Pavel was there with me that moment. And that was my dream to becoming reality, exactly that moment. And then I released the seat belts a little bit, look at the small window, and I saw there this beautiful blue planet. And people ask me, what was your first thought when you got to space, when you saw that beautiful planet, right? Well, first thing that I remembered was back there when I was a kid, my friends telling me, you'll be a pilot, this is impossible for you. And then my mother with those blue eyes, the same color of the planet, telling me, you can be whatever you want in your life if you study, if you work hard, if you persist, and always do more than expected from you. And she was perfectly right. Okay, we all have similar stories in our lives. And it's important to realize that today we are here to discuss very important things about the space programs, discuss the technology, discuss the future of space programs. We all have great jobs, important jobs. We have a lot of responsibilities in our lives. But we shall not forget the way we start. This is important. We can, using our stories in life, we can inspire, and we must inspire a lot of people, a lot of young guys in the future. We have the responsibility to give them a beautiful, nice, great, peaceful planet for them to grow and to fulfill their dreams, right? So, I'd like to thank all of you for being here with me today, sharing this big dream, right? And I see all around, I see a lot of my friends, so we are among friends here. And this is important. I could spend all my time here speaking or talking or nominating all the people, important people here. Though, so let me restrict to some of them, that our special guests here. So let's start with Valdemar da Costa Neto. Here he's the president of the Liberal Party in Brazil, and also former representative, federal representative, so with us today here. Our rector of the Aeronautical Institute of Technology. Some of us, we are going there this week as well. Tadeu here with us, also the secretary of our party. The Tel, our vice mayor of the city here, so representing the city. Well, thank you for being here with us. We have so many people, but I don't want to express more here or to extend more the time here. In name of them, and I would like to welcome everybody, all the high figures that are here with us, and everybody here. I know that during this week we are going to have students here. All them are important. Actually, everything is for them here to understand that they can do whatever they want in their lives. If they study, work hard, persist, and always do more than expected from you. Okay, so welcome to Brazil. Welcome to this wonderful and fruitful, I hope will be the best meeting that we have on the Association of Space Explorers. And for sure, let's make a difference together on this planet. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcos Pontes, for your message. And I apologize, guys, because we have now a special tribute to you, astronauts, and we have a special picture to show you, and I ask you for 1 minute of silence, please. Thank you. Now we invite to the stage the president of Brazilian Space Agency, AAB. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Marco Antônio Chamon.
Hello, bom dia and good morning. I'm Marco Chamon, the president of Brazilian Space Agency, and on behalf of the Brazilian Space Agency, I would like to greet everybody in the name of all authorities already mentioned, military and civilian. I would like to say thank you for you, the reason of this Congress here, for being here. And that for many reasons. First of all, it's very important to us to be reminded of the need of a peaceful use of space. It's part of this Congress. And also remember that the humankind, in form of astronauts, cosmonauts, taikonauts, everybody, is the purpose of go to space for the benefit of the humankind. And you remind us of that. Thank you. Thank you also for this incredible opportunity to give visibility to space activities in Brazil. It's very important to us, makes a lot to us. And finally, and perhaps the most important part, I don't know, thank you for the outreach activities we will perform this week, spread around more than 30 cities, I think, inspiring the youth and not so youth people here in Brazil. That is very important. So, first of all, thank you very much for this great job. And, of course, thank you for the fantastic organization of this gathering here, and particularly thank you for Senator Marcos Pontes, our astronaut in Brazil. We have in our history, we are part of that in our history because of you. Thank you very much. And that's all I would like to say. It's very important to us for the Brazilian space program and for the Brazilian society have the opportunity to discuss peaceful use of space, discuss the achievements of the humankind in space. So that's it. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for your message. And to conclude this opening ceremony, please welcome the President of Association of Space Explorers, ASC, an astronaut who flew on 2 NASA missions, served as flight engineer on the International Space Station, and later as the Governor General of Canada, an inspiring example of leadership, dedication, and passion for science. Welcome on stage, Mrs. Julie Payette.
Good morning, everyone. Здравствуйте, всем доброе утро. Bom dia a todos. Before I begin, I'd like to address a few words to our host, so please bear with me. Antes de prosseguir, gostaria de expressar, em nome de todos os astronautas e cosmonautas aqui reunidos, a nossa imensa alegria estarmos neste lindo Brasil por o 36º Congresso Planetário da Associação de Exploradores Espaciais. Gostaríamos de agradecer sinceramente às autoridades, aos patrocinadores e à excelente, extraordinário comissário organizador e, em especial, ao nosso
our
Marcos
colleague, Marcos Pontes. someone who, until today, he is so far the only Brazilian astronaut for his wonderful hospitality and reception. You are so great. Thank you so much.
I am here representing colleagues from all over the world for the Association of Space Explorers, and I just mentioned in really, really bad Portuguese how glad and delighted we are to be here in beautiful Brazil, and how grateful we are to the authorities and the sponsors, and to Marcos in particular, for their hospitality and for their heartfelt welcome. So thank you very, very much for hosting us. First time in Brazil. We're really delighted. We are an association which this year celebrates 40 years. And we happen to have within our ranks today 2 of our founding members, Mr. Dorian Prunariu from Romania and Bertalan Farkas from Hungary is with us as well. This association was founded at the middle of the Cold War, when the first Apollo-Soyuz mission happened, where there was this first meeting and rendezvous back in space. We are based under the exact same principle of the theme of this Congress. We are here together, not only carrying proudly our flag and our nation and our culture, but we're here for peace, collaboration, and friendship. And this is all this is about. Actually, we saw a picture of 3 of our members, which we lost today. Mark Garneau, who was the first Canadian astronaut. We had Talgat Musabayev, who is a Russian Kazakh astronaut and test pilot, and Jim Lovell, an Apollo astronaut who flew Apollo 8 and the very famous Apollo 13. We miss them dearly. But what we are celebrating actually, because yesterday, the 2nd of November, we celebrated a very important milestone. On the 2nd of November, year 2000, a crew of 3 people entered the International Space Station. And this was the beginning of a continuous presence of human beings in space. 25 years, a quarter of a century of people working together on board the ISS. It's like a beacon in the sky, telling us that if we make an effort, if we resist segmentation, if we look beyond the national limits, if we find common grounds, and if we decide to work together, we can accomplish incredible things. We should heed some of the lessons of the International Space Station over a quarter of a century to tell us that we can do better, that we can get along. Have you ever noticed that we don't hear much about what's happening in space for the good reason that we are getting along, that we are able to work together without major conflicts, major mishap, and without fighting each other? This we need to continue, and particularly now in these challenging times. But without further ado, why don't we hear from our friends up in space? As we speak, we have 7 astronauts and cosmonauts on board the International Space Station, 3 Russian cosmonauts, 3 American astronauts, and an astronaut from Japan. And they'd like to say hello and to officially open this Congress. Thank you very much.
We express our sincere appreciation for the words of ASC President Julie Payet.
friends and colleagues gathered for the 36th Planetary Congress of the Association of Space Explorers. From the International Space Station, we are proud to join you in spirit as you begin this very special week in São Paulo. Some of us arrived here aboard the Russian Soyuz spacecraft, continuing a tradition that has connected our nations in space for decades.
And others of us came on the SpaceX Dragon, carrying forward a new era of commercial spaceflight. Together, our Expedition 73 crew represents many nations, many languages, and traditions. Yet every day in orbit, we live and work as one team. That is the true power of cooperation, a power that the ASE family has always understood and celebrated. May this Congress inspire new friendships, new ideas, and new dreams for humanity's journey beyond Earth.
And as a proud member of this international crew, it's a personal privilege to greet my fellow space explorers. And I fondly remember the fellowship of past ASE gatherings, and I know this year will be no different. I apologize for my absence this year and the absence of my colleagues, but we have a great excuse. And to our hosts in Brazil, thank you for your generosity and hospitality in welcoming our community. And special thanks to my friend, Senator Marcos Pontes, and your most excellent team. From the International Space Station, we send our very best wishes for a successful Congress filled with learning, camaraderie, and the joy of exploration. So from all of us aboard the International Space Station, obrigado. And warm greetings from Expedition 73.
Thank you very much. Now we invite all astronauts for official picture here at the stage, please. Done? Okay, now a photo with your companions. The companions, please come to the stage. Thank you. The 36th Planetary Congress of the Association of Space Explorers, ASE, is now officially open. May this moment mark the beginning of a new era of a global collaboration with Brazil, standing as a symbol of hope, knowledge, and peace. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin Technical Session 1, entitled The Brazilian Space Program and Related Technologies. This session presents an overview of Brazil's scientific and technological progress in the space sector, featuring leading institutions that have taken the country to new frontiers of innovation and research. To moderate this session, please welcome astronaut Marcos Pontes, former Minister of Science and Technology, current Senator of the Republic, and the first Brazilian to travel to space.
Você que vai apresentando, né, cada um deles. Então você vai apresentando, eu vou dar uma introdução. Okay, now we start the technical section here. This first section is to update the Brazilian Space Agency, so you know what we are doing here in Brazil. We have several presenters. They're going to talk about the civilian part of space program in Brazil, also about the military side with the Air Force here, my friend, test pilots as well. And so, as she is going to present our presenters, I will make some considerations at the end, but I don't want to extend the time. You'll see that we recovered the time. Now is 9, exactly the time to start here. And so let's introduce our first speaker.
First speaker, please welcome to the stage Dr. Marco Antonio Chamon, President of the AAB, to share the main guidelines and recent achievements of the Brazilian space program.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, while we wait for the first slide, thank you again for this opportunity to present you some of aspects of our space program here in Brazil. Okay, let me try to gain some time. I intended to give you some bits of our space program. Here is a very consolidated program. We have more than 60 years of space activities in Brazil, but the Brazilian Space Agency is newer than that, around 30 years, 31. And the first slide shows a little bit what we are. We have satellites, developed satellites. We have the Amazonia 1, the first satellite, totally Brazilian satellite here. We have launching capabilities. This is the center in the northeastern part of Brazil, in Alcântara. And of course, we use this space infrastructure to bring benefits for our society in terms of monitoring of natural disasters, in terms of agriculture, in terms of monitoring of wildfires. So that's the main purpose of the Brazilian space program, provide benefits for our society. Next, please. Sou eu que... Thank you. Okay, our mission is, of course, coordinate the space sector for the development of society, and we have 3 points in our vision. We would like to lead the space activity in South America. We have a good point in that. The 2 main programs in terms of developments in South America are Brazil and our natural enemies in football, Argentinians. And we intend to play a relevant role in global space activities, for example, for the use of space activities to mitigate the impacts of climate change. That's part of our purpose. And of course, we are a small program, but we want to contribute to the exploration of outer space. We have some missions in this direction. I will show you in a minute. The Brazilian space program is organized around some particular entities, industry and universities, of course, but you will have the opportunity to learn a little bit more with some colleagues from here that are here. The Brazilian Space Agency coordinate the program, and we have one National Institute for the National Institute for Space Research in charge of the development of satellites and control centers, and the Brazilian Air Force that is in charge of the development of launchers and launching bases. We have some facility spread around the country. In this state, São Paulo state, we have the National Institute for Space Research. This is a picture of our integration and test facilities. We have our launching base. We have, sorry, we have tracking centers, reception centers, and a control center in Brasilia, Brazil capital, for the control of many satellites, and particularly our geostationary satellite for telecommunication. What we have already done. So in the Brazilian history for space, we developed launchers, sounding rockets, not yet a launcher. We are working on that. We have two launching bases in the northeast part of Brazil, and we developed some satellites. Some ones are totally developed in Brazil, like Amazonia 1 and SCD, and some in cooperation with other countries. Particularly, we have a very long history with China in the CBERS program for remote sensing. And in 2017, we acquired, with some development in Brazil, but essentially we acquired a geostationary satellite for strategic communications and for defense applications, and was launched from Kourou launching base. For the future, what we intend to do. So we have satellites, we have some developments in terms of rockets, and a lot of applications. And for the future, we intend continuing our international cooperation. Sabiamar is a satellite in cooperation with Argentina. In fact, it's a small constellation, 2 satellites. Each country developed his own satellite. And we continue our cooperation with China with the 2 satellites. The first one, in fact, is CBER 6. We have problems with counting, but the first one is CBER 6. It's a SAR satellite, a radar satellite for imaging, and CBER 5 is a geostationary satellite for meteorology. So we intend to develop, to continue our international cooperation, because we believe it's a very important way to move forward in space. Cooperation is part of our program since the very beginning, and we intend to promote that more and more. The first, here we have our new missions for satellites, but we have new missions in terms of the development of rockets too. So we are updating our sounding rocket with a more powerful development. VS-50 is in development now. First essay was already done, and we intend to use the motor developed for VS-50 for our first launcher in Brazil. It's a small one. We are talking about less than 100 kilograms in LEO orbit, but we are trying to move forward in our developments. And the ENCONTRO launching base, our launching center in the northeastern part of Brazil, is now open to commercial launchings. And the first launcher will be from a South Korean company, and will be launched this month, probably. In a couple of weeks, we will have the first launching of this launcher with some small satellites developed by our universities. So we have things in our radar, things are happening in our program, including this year. And we are now promoting more and more the development of our space industry here in Brazil. Till now, the development of the space industry in Brazil was much more the providers of parts and subsystems of satellites and rockets. Now we are contracting a complete satellite and a complete rocket from directly from our industry. So we are promoting, we are funding directly in the industry a very high resolution satellite, a submetric resolution satellite, and a small rocket. We are talking here about 50 kilograms in LEO orbit, but completely development in the industry, a micro launcher for our own needs. So this is part of our development in terms of promoting the industry capabilities. And we are part of Artem's Accords. We signed the accords in 2021, and we have two contributions, or we intended to offer two contributions to the exploration, lunar exploration. The first one is the Selenita project. The Selenita project is a satellite developed in one of our universities, the Aeronautics Technology Institute, something like that. I see the rector of the institute here, my colleague. And this is a science mission. We are trying to understand the environment in around the in the cislunar orbit, and we have a much longer in time purpose. That is the development of space agriculture. One day, until 250 perhaps, we will have not one but two permanent lunar bases. One from China, one from the United States, and the countries around these two endeavors. Once there, we will need energy, oxygen, water, and food. And we need to provide that in loco. It's in situ research exploration that we need. The moon is so far that it's not feasible to just transport everything all the time. So we need some in situ developments, and we are trying to contribute to that with the space farming project in Brazil. It's something for 15 to 20 years, but we have here in Brazil a lot of expertise in terms of agriculture. One of the best companies in the world, state companies in the world, Embrapa, is here in Brazil. And with a partnership with Embrapa, we are developing seeds and procedures to use our capability to promote space farming around the world. I think that's it. One part that is very important for the Brazilian Space Station, Brazilian Space Program, is the education and outreach. And we have a lot of work with children, high school, and even elementary school in Brazil. This is in Brasilia, our headquarters. We have some open gate opportunities for students. And in one of our launching bases, inside a launching base, we have some developments that we use for promote STEM activities. So we have children, students from schools around the launching base that use this space to understand something about the space. We have a small planetarium, we have astronomical observations, and even they learn how to program a small rover in a simulated environment, something like the Moon or Mars, with some rockets and soil, so some rocks and soil, and the rover needs to navigate in that environment. So this is part of our mandate. We need to use space to promote STEM and mainly to inspire the children for the space activities. If you need some other information, please feel free to check our space activity program. There is a compact version in English, and this is the QR code that you can use. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chamon, our president of the Brazilian Space Agency. And well, as you see, we have several activities going on in the Brazilian space program, and this program, by the way, is very old. It's from the 60s when we started here in Brazil. And I would like to open for a couple of 2 or 3 questions. If you have any questions, please, be free.
I have time for the questions. Thank you.
Hey. No questions, so we go ahead. But before, let me also welcome here with us today our Hungarian ambassador, Mr. Dr. Miklas Haumai. Well, thank you very much for being here with us. So, for the next speaker, please. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado. Acho que eu deixo com você.
Obrigada, doutora. Thanks, Dr. Marco Antonio. Continue our program. We will now learn more about the Amazonia 1 satellite, the first Earth observation satellite entirely designed, integrated, tested, and operated by Brazil. Please welcome Dr. Adenilson Roberto da Silva from National Institute for Space Research, INPE, who will present the key results and lessons from this remarkable national technological achievement. Welcome on stage.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank the opportunity to have a short presentation here about one of important space program from Brazil to a very distinguished people, and thank for inspiring us and the new generation to continue working on space. Thank you. Okay, Amazonia 1, it was the first 3-axis stabilized satellite that has been fully designed by Brazil. We start this project here as a blank page, and we take a long path until arrive in the result. This is what we get after the first time that we turn on the camera, the payload of Amazonia 1 satellite. It's a remote sensing satellite that has a wide SWAT. The main purpose is for environmental monitoring and agricultural and other applications. Just to have a very short summary about here what I want to address, before I enter in Amazonia 1, it's important to know a little bit about what is behind of our design. Here, everyone knows that the qualification, the development of a satellite take a long time, especially for environmental and system validation. So Brazil decided that we need and we must not work for one mission. We should work in one multi-mission platform that should work as a base, like a truck, that you can have several loads combination. So we decided to work in multi-mission platform. And I will talk a little bit about the design, what we did to validate and provide this multi-mission platform, the launch campaign, and some images. Okay, what is the main purpose of this multi-mission platform? Is to reuse, is not to take a full development, every mission that we would like to have. Of course, we will not cover all the needs that the space program needs, but we want to develop a 500 kilos crash satellite that could work in a several orbit combination fulfill mission requirements. So the concept was focused in reuse. It was a modular design. We are coupling the service module and the payload module, just 8 screws and 2 connectors. So it's almost completely decoupled between both modules. And of course, we need to have capability to fulfill different mission requirements in a very simple and robust design. This was the target. Of course, single point failure free for the function. We do not tolerate a single failure could kill the mission. It's based on a strong equipment heritage. And also, another interesting thing, we qualified mechanically this multi-mission to fly in a different range of launchers, solid ones, liquid, mixed, so this is the design. And also we developed a lot of equipment subsystem here in Brazil, so the Brazilian industry has worked with us and validate in orbit new design, new development that we could use. I will not enter in detail here, but it's a very typical platform design. So, what is the idea? We can see the bottom part is our truck without the load capability. And the upper part could be the payload. So, the initial design was for 208 kilos only for payload. The volume, of course, depends on the launcher that we select. In that time, the peak power was 900 watts. We could point to the Earth, inertial point, and can work in a several orbit configuration, equatorial, low inclination, polar, and the altitude can be from 600 to 1,200 kilometers. I put here initial. Why? Because now, after developing and following the design, we can provide support for 500 kilos payload and 3 kilowatt peak power for the SHAR mission that we are using. Here is when we start the design. As we do not have a launcher that is able to launch this crash of satellite, we should work in an envelope. And the 5 candidates was this one that we had as a baseline, an envelope for design. But look here, PSLV was not in our candidate but it was selected for Amazonia 1. And now we are working in Amazonia 1B, that tomorrow, I believe, many of you will visit us in São José dos Campos. Amazonia 1B is being integrated at the lab and should be launched next year. And now the select launcher is Vega-C. So, after this very short overview about the multi-mission platform, let's now enter in the Amazonia 1 mission. Amazonia 1 was launched in 28 February 2021. It was really a very hard time. We were amid the COVID-19 pandemic situation. We have been more than 2 months enclosed in a launch base without any outside contact with the people. So, what is the characteristic of Amazonia 1 mission? It's in the height, mean altitude, equator altitude, 752 kilometers. Inclination is a sun synchron 9848. Is a sun synchron frozen orbit. In local time is 10:30 descending mode. Of course, we use the service model, our platform, and the total mass at the launch pad was 638 kilos, completely full with fuel. It is a fully Brazilian development, as I told you already. And how we arrived there? It's very typical design and qualification process. But here, I should mention, this is the structural qualification vibration test. But in that time, we did not know the rocket that we will launch. So we should work with an envelope of mechanical loads to qualify the satellite. It was really a very, very hard test to fulfill the requirement. Now, the thermal. So this satellite has been designed to be launched during the day. I mean, for example, for sun synchron orbit can be launched to the south or can be launched up the north. That should be a night time. So we are prepared to be launching in any situation. Here, of course, is the completely full electromagnetic test, ME and MI and MC test compatibility. And we should also fulfill the requirement with one envelope of launcher with different electromagnetic requirements. Here is just some interesting comment. This is 2 meters by 1 meter. And inside of the satellite, we have around 6 kilometers of wires and around 14,000 electrical connectors. Everyone tested one by one to verify what is going on. Polarity test to check if every connect was doing well. So the satellite rotates, the gyro sense, the computer read, and then command the actuators. And here it's interesting, we have some light on the bottom and on the top. This is the sun sensor that we had to illuminate and check if the solar panel was tracking the sun according to the simulation we did. This is interesting. Is the last test for solar wing deployment just before the launch at the lab, and we will see the same situation in orbit. This is the test. Later on, the real life will show up. Oh, it should have a video here. No, sorry. Okay, the video did not start, but doesn't matter. Let's continue. Here we are already at India in Sriharikota launch base, and this is already prepared 15 days before launch. Now we are going from the system final test to environmental to fill the tanks. Now, completely, the tank is filled, is already integrated with the launch adapter and the launch band interface here, the motorized launch band. This is my last view when I was at the launch pad. So, the satellite was already complete, integrated with the fourth stage, and we had here several secondary payloads. Launch. Now should we have a video again? I hope that it works. Now we are passing for 18 minutes. We just were passengers, like you.
Lift-off normal.
Plus 5 seconds.
P3 tracking. P1 tracking. P2 tracking. Stage performance normal.
We will see the fairing open.
F1 separated.
The booster separate. Now the fairing. Separation. Now I have, this is the separation video from the fourth stage of the rocket. It is a pity because we could see the test that we did in lab, and now is. So this is when the bird starts to alive. As I told you, this is 2 days after the launch. We made a lot of checks and then turned on the payload for the first time over a Brazilian descending path, and we got this image without any processing, without anything. This is another very interesting image that we got from the reservoir here in Brazil, from agricultural area in the northwest in Brazil. This is Burkentown in Australia. We got, now we started to check all the system with, including the data recorders. This is another image from northwest of Brazil. Canada, we didn't forget Canada. We took a picture in the, this was timing for calibration the camera. So we had very completely noise and background to calibrate the camera. Okay, my time, I have some minutes. And what is our final comment here? We believe, and I believe, all space program brings a lot of benefit to the society, even directly or indirectly way. Continental countries like Brazil or others, they must have one strong space program. Why? In some areas, it's almost impossible to reach there, to check, to monitor. So this is very important point. Now, talk a little bit about my institute. In our institute, we are a peculiar institution in Brazil because we can have start from the mission design, operation, we have space science, my colleague will present some space weather research here, environmental, meteorological, so it's, of course, we are much smaller than NASA and NOAA, but the function is similar to NASA and NOAA, just in one institute. And in the lab tomorrow, you will see that in a building, we enter equipment and deliver satellites to the launch base, completely tested, integrated, and validated. Okay, so talking about a little bit about the multi-mission. So we have, up to now, using the concept of the multi-mission platform, we are in the third mission. First one, Amazonia 1, that is in orbit for more than 4 years with lifetime completed. Second one, Amazonia 1B, that is being tested in launch next year. The third one is the radar, the SHAR, that satellite that is designed together in cooperation with China. So we have completely different missions using the same base, just make some adjustment in parameters and in some actuator, especially because the mass increase. Okay, how we get this? We get this because we work in cooperation with industry, our ministry, AAB, and a lot of people that have been working with us. We had a lot of improvement in all different areas. We complete all the developmental cycle, and Amazonia 1 is already more than 4 years in orbit and working fully operational without any failure up to now, all the system in a main chain. No redundancy was activated up to now. Okay, now to finish, look. This is multi-mission platform, Amazonia 1. Now, Amazonia 1B, the upper part. And here, Fibers 6. All these things are almost exact the same. And we can see that the orientation, Amazonia 1, fly in this way. Amazonia 1B and Fibers 6 will fly in this way, because the payload orientation. So the multi-mission concept has been, in our view, already proved and validated. Thank you, and my time is over.
Thank you, Adenilson. Well, imagine a country the size of Brazil having satellites working effectively here is very, very important. And I'm proud to say that Amazonia 1, which was designed, built, and operated by Brazil, it was launched at the time I was the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovations here, and I was there watching the launch, and I remember that day very clearly. You were there too. I remember that day when the satellite was disconnected from the launcher. We got a rotation. And I remember the press that day. Darkton is here too, remember that too? He was there, he was the director of Space Research Center that time. And I remember the satellite, rotating, and the press, they said, okay, the satellite is lost. No, that was very interesting because right at the beginning, the satellite systems demonstrated that was capable. They were capable of controlling the satellite by themselves, and in a couple of hours, satellite was stabilized and sending very good images to here. So this is important to show that that accomplishment today results in other types of satellites, and we need synthetic aperture radar satellites for several applications here in Brazil, including deforestation control, so getting the criminals before the deforestation, so it can look through the canopy of the trees. So it's really, really important. So, any questions here? Oh, there's one there. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Let me send the microphone to you here. Could be this one. That'd be good.
First of all, thanks a lot for the excellent presentation, sir. My name is Thomas Reiter. Can you say a few words about the ground segment? Which ground stations are you using? Is there a central control center for all your satellites? And do you have a central processing facility for all the data? And I mean, how is that organized? Just in a few words. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, we have our main ground antenna complex in Cuiabá, that is a city in Mato Grosso here, and this is located in the geodetic point center of the South America. So in this position, we can cover full Brazil and up to very close to the south in Argentina. This is our main ground station. We have another set of ground station in northwest, in Alcântara, that is more for telecommand and telemetry. We have also another antenna for reception in Cachoeira Paulista, in São Paulo State, close to here. And in Cachoeira Paulista, we have also the data center for processing and store the data. Is the place where is located the supercomputer for climatic forecast, weather forecast, climate change. So the data processing is located there. And for the initial orbit, we have some international ground station because, you know, something wrong might happen. So we did not only rely in the antennas in Brazil, because after leaving the Pacific Ocean, we would lose the contact with the satellite for around 10 hours.
And more? Yes.
Pam Melroy from the United States. I was really taken by the video showing the deployment of the solar array. That is quite unusual video. Where was the camera located? Was it on the launcher, or did you use another satellite to take that video?
The camera for the separation and deployment, it was located in the fourth stage of the rocket.
See, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Adenilson. Oh, congratulations. And remember, tomorrow we are going to the National Institute of Space Research. So we're going to see there are several of the facilities there in person. Okay? Please go.
Thank you, Dr. Adenilson. Now, to conclude this session, please welcome Professor Joaquim Eduardo Costa, also from National Institute for Space Research. Professor Joaquim will present on space weather, a vital field of study for understanding the effects of solar activity on our technological and communication system. The microphone.
Thank you. Okay, good morning. That was me when I was young. In fact, it's not me, it's Adenilson. Okay, I'll be talking about a little bit about the space weather services in Brazil. Okay, I'm from the National Institute for Space Research, the same as Adenilson. And, okay, let's go on. Well, this is the main driver for space weather phenomena, as probably you are pretty aware about. I just put this in all my presentations because I love this SDO image showing you one mass ejection in this red circle. Well, this is the many areas that the phenomena from the sun impacts. For example, surveillance, reconnaissance, communication, navigations. As you know, all the communications using radio needs to cross the ionosphere, and if something comes from the sun and disturb the ionosphere, will disturb this radio propagation, then you have problems affecting georeferencing by GNSS systems. Also, the communication itself can be lost. Navigation system, okay, as mentioned already, in terms of propagation across the ionosphere, the GNSS will give us some big errors. So in this country, it's important, for example, this big land that we have doing our agriculture with this tractor without driver. So we need precise georeferencing, also drones, also drilling, deep drilling needs this precise referencing, navigation, air and ocean. Telecommunication, of course, because, again, radio propagation. And, well, this is quite recent. We had in Sweden a kind of problem with the approaching radar for the aviation because the sun did something very funny. It was behind the airplanes landing, and there was a big solar flare, and the solar flare emits radio, or emits everywhere in the electromagnetic spectrum, but radio too, and this causes some jammed radar, and the airplanes were disappearing from the radar. They thought at the beginning that was a hacker, but then they realized that was the solar burst itself. Also, GNSS error again, and recently it was added to some regulations inside the ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, for including these variables from space weather for aviation too, because you have this problem of radiation dose, of course, accumulated radiation dose. For example, in flights crossing the poles where you have aurora, beautiful auroras means particles there in this near the troposphere. And also here in Brazil have the weakest magnetic field over the globe. So this means that the particle trapped by our radiation belts, some accumulation of particles around the Earth that show aurora in the poles, but in the summer region, the South Atlantic magnetic anomaly, that's not Atlantic anymore, it's America, its center is in Brazil. So the magnetic field passed too near the surface. I mean, this LEO satellite will cross over these radiation belts. And then we have a lot of particle precipitating here too, and then we need to take care about the radiation dose over aviation. In the electrical networks, for sure you know this, in 1989, for example, had a big problem with a big transformer in Canada because of a particle arriving from the sun, get trapped by the Earth in this kind of geomagnetic storm we call. Will produce induced currents. Higher latitude is worst, called Birkeland currents, and these induce currents near the ground, and this will enter these conductors, long-distance conductors, like the power grid, and will add some currents in the transformer, hits and burn, and then this gives a very big blackout over the Canada and north of North America. Okay, these are systems being affected. Of course, satellite is the worst problem because they need to travel again, across this fluid called the plasma, that is our upper atmosphere being shocked by this radiation, ultraviolet, soft X-ray, and losing electrons. So we call this plasma, and this plasma, that is the one that is dropped in the radiation beds also, can affect the satellite in many ways, like killing instruments, spikes with the electrostatic charges. Low Earth satellites will have a higher drag because of the expansion of the thermosphere during the storms. Okay, this is a list of possible areas affected by this phenomena coming from the sun, an excess of radiation, excess of particles, very high energetic particles. Okay, some regional characteristics, as I mentioned. This is the radiation belt here near us in the summer region. You can see in this slide here, that you have precipitation particles in the auroral areas, as normal, the auroras, you know it, but in the summer region, here near Brazil, or on top of Brazil right now, you have a lot of particle precipitating there. Here is a view to show how much this radiation belt compress our area here. And then, just to make sure that I'm not lying to you, this is the single event upset. It's when an instrument on the satellite changes the memory states, like from 0 to 1, 1 to 0. This gives a kind of blue screen, as you remember from Windows. But yeah, if you put all the blue screen or all the single event upset of this satellite, you can see that it maps precisely the summer region. So this is why you have to take care about our land here. Yeah, this is another emissions showing the same in different ways. There is another satellite collecting flux of electrons that you can see that the summer is also again having more evidence of this particle precipitating. This is auroral type. It means this kind of ionogram I used to see in the aurora area, but this is the one collected in our area here. So it's similar, the ones in Aurora. And also to mention that we have a lot of air routes crossing this area. This is why we are now studying carefully how much particle is precipitating in the summer region. Okay, how is being discussed around the world? A lot of discussions with a lot of organizations. I'm not talking about that in details, but you see UN copies there. ICAO, WMO, ISIS, and a lot of other organizations. We are there discussing together. I mean, INPE is involved since 2008 in this so many forums. And in science, for example, there's a panel, international panel for space weather, and WMO is standardizing these procedures, the best practices to spread around the world. Brazil is one of the 24 regional warning centers that is inside this organization called the International Space Environment Services. And recently, to make sure that we are doing a kind of a cooperation, organized cooperation, there was an MOU signed by these three institutions. COSPAR takes care about the science, WMO is standardizing or distributing the best procedures, and ISIS is the one that talks to the end user. So it's the regional warning centers are there. Okay, let's see about the situational awareness. We participated to construct this questionnaire in the UN copies, but we had a lot of other questions, but I selected this one here to see how many countries, 24 responded to this questionnaire, and how many countries has risk assessment including in space weather. You can see 35 was, 15 there is no, but I was planning to have. Brazil is inside this 15 at that time, and it's still. Okay, but many countries today took care about this awareness and make their action plan. And United Kingdom, some of them are here, not all. United States, New Zealand, Australia. They have this strategic plan, action plan, to who I should call, and a problem is coming, and I have to advise the population of the country. So you have to make these exercises before it happens, to be predictive, not reactive. For example, here, starting in 2012, with White House taking care about that, in US, for example. And well, just to make short the history, recently they also had this cooperation about NASA, NOAA, National Science Foundation, and US Air Force to signing this memorandum of agreement to cooperate to each other in terms of space weather services. And how we are there. Well, as I mentioned, we are one regional warning center since 2008. We strongly engaged in this discussion, not only here regionally, but internationally. We share, well, we vice share 2 of these institutions right now. And space weather in Brazil is not yet included in the National Strategic Risk Assessment. Sorry, we are working on that. Probably the Senator will help us. Good. Space weather security related services, okay? This is my team, or part of it. We had a page as SWIPS, Space Weather and Predicting Center, or all other centers around the world, 24 in fact. And we have a daily bulletin about in English, Portuguese, to talk about this phenomena happening and arriving. This is the satellites we use. Of course, we don't have one yet, but we are planning to have one in the Sibers 5. We're going to have our first payload for space weather. We use this, and some of them are in the L1, in the gravitational balance between Sun and Earth area, to check the parameters from the plasma arriving for the Sun. And this is the ACN Discovery. The Discovery is not here, but okay, we use this. On the ground, we have a lot of instruments. These are the instruments over Brazil. Well, I'm not going to get into detail here, but this is part of our products. There is the bulletin in English and Portuguese you can access. This is the kind of window we have to work with this phenomena. I used to say that radiation takes 8 minutes. There is no 8 minutes, because when I see, already passed. But anyway, we have the others. Okay, we also work training scientists. This is one COSPAR meeting that we had here. For example, we had 140 applicants. We selected 30 students from all of these countries. We took 2 weeks to training them here. We also train our civil aviation or officials for the IK regulations. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joaquim. Please stay with me here a moment. Let me open for some questions. Do you have questions? We have time. Don't worry about the time. Do you have questions? Any questions from the students? We have students here too. Important to have you. Please, there's one there.
Regarding the space weather, I'm surprised you haven't mentioned... Oh, sorry. I'm surprised you haven't mentioned the Carrington effect, 1859, the largest coronal mass ejection recorded in human history. how are we going to prevent damages to our electrical grid when that happens again someday?
Excellent. Well, this is something that the insurance company today is thinking about $3 trillion up to $14 trillion damaging for the planet. Yeah, I didn't mention because some of you probably will visit me tomorrow, and I can give a lot of much more detail there in National Institute for Space Research, where our services is working, is being doing. But anyway, if today you have this kind of storm, probably all these LEO satellite that we, for example, Starlink and many others will disappear because the thermal expansion of the expansion of the thermosphere will slow down, and for the time for communicating with the satellite again to put it in the again back to the orbit will be too long. We don't believe they will have this time, so they will fail to recover the orbit. Plus, we suppose that the solar energetic particles, the ones that are relativistic protons and much heavier nuclei, will damage most of the instruments of any satellite, geostationary or whatever. So this is why the calculation today is from $3 trillion to $14 trillion in terms of damage. That's why we
I
believe.
express concern because 1859, we just had telephone lines, but even then, the telephone lines were electrocuting their operators.
It was the telegraph.
Yeah, the telegraph. But nowadays, we have much more than just telegraphs. We have the internet. We have a lot more things going on, a lot more wires going on around the planet. It would be much more catastrophic than it was back in the 1800s.
Sure. Let me tell one short history. I got a newspaper from Colombia recently and translated to Portuguese because the Spanish is a little bit similar, but not much. And at that time, in 1859, in the newspaper, there was a notice mentioning that everybody went in a small city, went to a church to pray because the world was finishing. And they said that it was seeing some 5 volcans in space shining and so on. So this means Birkeland currents that disturb almost every geomagnetic storm. The northern countries like Sweden, Finland, or Canada, with this aurora extending much for higher latitude, they have disturbances in the transformer. But this means the Birkeland currents there is much more strong than the ring current here near the equator. But if they have an aurora near the equator, means that they have a kind of Birkeland currents here. So it's a global disturbance in terms of very high currents induced by this geomagnetic storm. Recently, we had some measurements in New Zealand of about 80 amperes currents. So it's a lot of currents, extra current in the transformer. So this means the sun is capable to do it and capable to do it again. The sun already did it, and the amount of current you had at that time was enough to prove to us that today we'll disturb we'll put this in a dark age if it happens. And recently in 2012, we had one. There is one satellite called Stereo from NASA that is in the same orbit of the Earth. It was in the direction of Mars, more or less. One big one like that one hits the satellite. We were able to see how big it was. If it was in our direction, probably we were not here today because it takes normally from 1 year to 5 years to recover if we have this kind of storm again.
Any more questions? There's one. Where? Okay, no. Yeah. Please.
Senhor, o senhor se importa se eu perguntar em português?
No problem.
Você repete em inglês?
Professor. Primeiro, muito obrigado pela...
Thank you very much for your lecture. I was commenting with my colleagues that I had already heard about this work you develop on space weather in a master's program in ITA. I'd like to know if you know that if in your institution there are works with scholarships for MA and PhD degrees in this weather safety and space weather field.
Master and PhD students, yes, a lot of. You're welcome to come.
Yeah. Any other questions here? I have one. We're talking about artificial intelligence a lot. I mean, all the sectors we're working with artificial intelligence. How do you see artificial intelligence helping the systems connected to space climate?
Okay, a lot contribution can be done. For example, we are in the area where the meteorology was working with statistics, for example. We are kind of meteorology in space, right? And you look for the chicken and see if the chicken tells you if it's going to rain tomorrow. This was a very long time ago. But now artificial intelligence is coming to work in this statistical area, for example, forecasting the solar flare. It's a very complex situation because I need to see some information from inside the sun that will appear in the surface called a magnetic flux that will disturb another magnetic flux. This disturbance will end up in a solar flare or coronal mass ejection. So we are working a lot in terms of using artificial intelligence in the many things, not including my picture or my photography, but including everything that we have to predict the solar flare. Also, not only there, in any other system, because we have to connect what's escaping from the sun to the interplanetary medium that will have another shocks, accelerating again particles, to the magnetism of the Earth, geomagnetic field of the Earth, and then to connect this internally to the ionosphere, and then to the ground, to GIC. So it's a lot of different stages to connect one to the other. If I try to connect in terms of numerical computation only without seeing, will give me nothing. We needed the experts today until today, of course. In the future, perhaps I'm going to push the button and then we'll see what's happened. But we're using artificial intelligence plus natural intelligence, of course. It's needed also. And that's it. We'll finish the problem, but it will take time.
Excellent, excellent. So, at the end of this part of the section here, before our first interval or first coffee break, I would like to, we have here our three presenters. If you have, again, open again, if any questions for any one of them, please feel free at this time. Please, our astronauts, Commander Bill MacArthur.
First, thank you, gentlemen, very much for your insightful presentations. But Mr. Chamon, I do have a burning question for you. Certainly, we are blessed to have, as a member of this organization, your very own Marcos Pontes, the first astronaut from Brazil. Are there plans for a second?
To be completely honest, we have a second astronaut in Brazil. It was Victor Espanha, that was, in a different way, can be considered an astronaut because he flying in a Shepard suborbital flight. So more than 100 kilometers is standard for an astronaut. But your question is about a more permanent program in Brazil for astronauts. We don't have that. We are trying to use the opportunities we have in our international cooperations to promote more and more experiments on board of space stations. That's the main idea. Eventually, these experiments can go with an astronaut or a technical guy to implement the experiment. But it's just an opportunity associated to an experiment. Answer very honestly to your question, we don't have a permanent program for astronauts in Brazil. but we are very interested in use any opportunity to fly Brazilian astronauts associated with experiments, for example, in the space stations.
Solar flares are periodic. When is the next one predicted to happen?
That's good. I mean, in the short term, we don't have much. We have to look to our site, for example, today will tell you you have a high probability to have a solar flare. Solar flares come in cycles, right? Because you need the active regions. If you count them, it's going to give you a cycle of 11 years, roughly. For example, right now it's 150 active regions per month. And over this active region, we can have this instability. And then as soon as you see one active region that has very complex, like we are having recently, I mean, almost every day, it can tell you how much is the probability to do that kind of configuration gives you a M flare or X flare, some kind of intensity of the flare itself, as we measure. And we are having almost every day small flares like C, that's small flare, but M and X, well, we have a lot, not much. I mean, not so few. We are in the maximum of the 2050 cycle, as we number it now, this year.
Okay, so I would like to ask you a round of applause for our presenters here, Dr. Joaquim, Dr. Chamon, Dr. Adenilson. Thank you very much. And again, I come back to our presenter there.
We extend our sincere thanks to all speakers and to our moderator, astronaut Marcos Pontes, for their valuable insights and contributions. Thank you so much for your time. And now we dedicate this moment to say special thanks to all sponsors. Institutional support. City Hall of São Paulo. Memorial of Latin America. APPA. Secretariat of Culture, Economy and Creative Industries of the Government of São Paulo. Secretariat of Policies for Women of the Government of São Paulo. Co-organized by Hardware PR Institute, IBICT, Brazilian Space Agency, organized by Softex, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of the Federal Government, ASE, sponsored by Unimar. Thank you so much for all sponsors. Okay, we now invite everyone to enjoy a coffee break served in the main foyer. Please return in 20 minutes for the start of the next technical session. So now is 10:15. We waiting for you at 10:35, okay? So the people who use the earphone, you can let on your chair, okay? Thank you very much. In 20 minutes, I see you here. Thank you. Event in a few seconds. Please have a seat and we will start our event in a few seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat, and we will start our event in a few seconds. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we resume our program, the 36th Planetary Congress of the Association of Space Explorers, ASE 2025, is honored to recognize the presence and the contribution of the Brazilian Air Force Command, a strategic institution for the advancement of Brazil's national space program. The Air Force plays a vital role in ensuring security, research, and technological development, which are the foundation of our sovereignty in both aerospace and orbital domains. We welcome, with respect and gratitude to representatives of the Air Force Command, whose dedication has been essential to strengthening Brazil's aerospace capabilities. Continue our program. Please welcome Air Lieutenant General Sérgio Roberto de Almeida, President of ALADA, Aerospace Projects Company of Brazil. A distinguished General Officer of the Brazil Air Force Reserve, Lieutenant General Almeida has built a remarkable career in strategic management and technological innovation, and now leads one of the companies driving Brazil's presence in the aerospace industry. The topic, please. The topic of his presentation is the new generation of aerospace projects and the paths of international cooperation. Almeida, the word is yours.
Bom dia a todos. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Authorities, Mrs. and Mrs. astronauts, I have to confess that I have a slight envy because we have to consider that all the fighter pilots, one day at least, thought to be an astronaut. Congratulations. We are here to present our new company, brand new company, was created this year, and we have more or less
Since the dawn of humanity, we have looked to the sky with admiration and dreams. Dumont achieved the unimaginable and showed that Brazil, with its vast territory and scientific potential, has always had its destiny among the stars. But to reach them, we must overcome the challenges that keep us grounded through bold and disruptive initiatives. More than 60 years ago, Brazil took its first steps toward space. We invested in launch centers, developed launch vehicles, built satellites, and trained a generation of scientists and engineers. There were good times and bad times. Now, Alada, the aerospace projects company of Brazil, is born. More than just a company, Alada is Brazil's answer to reclaiming our place in space. It is an innovative solution that unites the power of the state with the efficiency of the private sector. Alada proposes a sustainable development model. By attracting private capital, the company enables infrastructure investments in exchange for services provided. In addition to investing, Alada will relieve the federal budget by decentralizing activities from the government to the company, while preserving technological sovereignty in strategic areas. Just as important as generating investment and maintaining technological sovereignty is giving the Brazilian population access to the benefits generated by space technology. The global space market moves billions of dollars driven by technological advances and private investment. Brazil, despite its scientific capability and infrastructure, still takes modest steps in this field. Alada changes that reality, positioning the country as a key player in the strategic exploration of this expanding market. With a revolutionary impact across all sectors of the economy, Alada will drive Brazil's aerospace future through three powerful strategic pillars. The first pillar transforms launch centers into commercial gateways to space, using the Air Force's ground and tracking infrastructure to boost technology, investment, and regional development. The second pillar positions Alada as the central manager of complex aerospace projects under state sovereignty, strengthening national industry and creating skilled jobs. Finally, the third pillar focuses on the commercialization of products and services, offering research laboratories, certifications, courses, and consulting, connecting the state's capabilities to the aerospace market. The future lies above us, literally. The exploration of the aerospace market has a multiplying effect on the entire economy and a transformative impact on our society. Alada is not just a company. It is the instrument that will take Brazil back to its destiny among the stars. Alada, de Bagatelle et Astra. Space is no longer a distant dream. It is our inevitable destiny.
Okay, thank you. Just after this brief film, we have to present our goal. Our goal here is to present Alada's corporate purpose and strategic pillars. Basically, we were created to explore one new possibility, that is to economically exploit airspace infrastructure and navigation, and activities related to the development of aerospace projects and equipment, and carry out projects and activities in support of aerospace control and related areas. It's quite wide, but we have to consider that before this creation, we had a lot of problems to use the, let's consider the public assets, but in fact, we are more linked with the Air Force assets, because it's possible by Brazilian law to, for the Air Force to sell their service. but it has a lot of restrictions. The price is the cost price. The contract is quite hard to sign because there's a lot of bureaucracy inside it. And in fact, we don't receive the profit of this cell. In fact, when we try to find a client to use laboratories or Air Force assets, when they have to pay it, they will pay with a kind of guide that goes directly for the Treasury. And it doesn't come back for the Air Force. It should come back in the next year in the budget, but we have a limitation of the budget, defense budget. In that case, we don't receive for it. In fact, we call it the efficiency paradox, because if you sell a lot your service, you become more poor, because you don't receive money for the use, and you spend money to cover the contract. Then it's not interesting for the public administration to sell the services. For this reason, we will try by the law, approved by the Senate and the Congress, and signed by the public president, a new law that could possibility the company to sell the service with a different price. With a price is the market price, not more the cost of simple cost of the service. And in back, we receive the cost and investment for the equipment. And then it's possible for Air Force or a public laboratory to sell this and to receive for it in the way they can use the money. They can use the result of the service. In that case, this is the new plan, is you have an option for that moment on to sell the services and to use the resources allocating according a plan, a joint plan between Brazilian Air Force and ALADA. We are talking about Brazilian Air Force, but it's not just Brazilian Air Force. It can reach all the public institutions, like, for example, INPE, that presented this morning, with an investment plan. As it was shown in the picture, in the film, we have three pillars: the launch service, the aerospace projects management, and the aerospace product and service. Let's start for the last. We have a lot of products and specialized technical services that could be used by the private companies or another countries, for example. And this new company provides a possibility for the clients to access to the state's technological infrastructure, as well as to the products and services resulting from the projects it manages. It reaches aerospace research laboratories, telemetry services, transfer of technology as advisor, because many countries, when they sell a high technological equipment, they have to offer technology, and it's necessary to have a contract of transfer of technology. The company can be one to find a good solution for both countries, for who themselves and who they buy the technology. Advisory in offset contracts, I said, advisory in patents registration, and others. For example, we have a laboratory in São José dos Campos, the wind tunnel. It can be explored by a lot of companies. They would like to use them, but it's difficult to find a contract that would be okay for both sides, for the companies, private companies, and even for the provider. In that case, we create a possibility to sell this services in the wind tunnel. Telemetry. We have radars in Alcântara and in Natal that can follow up the launchings in Kourou or even in Canaveral. And it's possible to reach to follow the rockets during the launching situation. And it's possible to sell this service of telemetry. So just examples. Transfer of technology, as I said before. In the case of aerospace project management, ALADA operates in the management of complex aerospace projects by attracting clients, partners, and resources, aiming at development of the industry and integration of all stakeholders involved in each project. We used to do market prospecting, investment resources capturing, prime contracting towards industry, and project management. It's just an example because it's quite new for us, but ALADA can be the solution for big projects in Brazil, the aerospace projects, to become a possibility as a prime contractor. And finally, and we consider the most important thing, is to launch service. As it was mentioned, ALADA will commercially explore the Brazil launch centers, facilitating access to our clients to ground infrastructure and operational support for the preparation, launch, and tracking of space vehicles and their respective payloads. We will do the market prospecting, the contract dealing, in the launch center's commercial exploration. It was well known that we have problems to find the best place to launch a rocket. And we can offer two possibilities, new possibilities. As it was known, the launch service can be affected by the geographic and geopolitical benefits. It's not just the proximity with the equator that can fuel saving. This map shows the earthquakes in the world. And as you can see, the region of our launch centers, they cannot be reached by an earthquake. It's the same with volcanic activity. It's quite clear that region without any problem of volcanic. Here we can see tornadoes and hurricanes, the regions when they have more possibility to happen. And that part of Brazil, it's normally clear of this accident. And here we can see the traffic, air traffic. The area we are offering, Alcântara and Natal, they have very few air traffic. And it's not probable for them to increase the traffic because the way to Europe is not by there. It's more or less clear for the increasing of air traffic. For that reason, when you consider that map, and you consider that it's important to have a launcher clear to the, closer to the equator line to save fuel, then we have just these possibilities. Because we are clear of other options, the earthquakes, the volcanic activity, the tornadoes, the thunderstorms, and the air traffic. It's some positions that it's quite useful to launch. And here we see just three sites: Kourou, Alcântara, and Barreira do Inferno. Let's talk about our launch centers now. As you well know, it's important to have a clear area for the launching. And then we consider the orbital planes for the launching, the inclination. And we consider that Alcântara can reach from 2 to 110 degrees. It covers 99% of our commercial orbital planes. And the security area, it's clear enough to receive up to the Category 4 vehicles. It means that it can reach applications in GNSS, meteorology, remote sensing, etc. The other center is a little bit smaller, but it reaches from 6 up to 49 degrees. And it covers 60% of the commercial orbital planes. It means up to, considering the security area that it's a little bit smaller, can reach category 2 of the launching vehicles. Its applications are related to communication, remote sensing, and scientific applications. By that point, we consider that our company is a new option offered by Brazil for commercializing this important sector that is space. And we have one purpose for our company, that is to be the bridge between the private sector and the union's technological infrastructure, facilitating access and ensuring that private companies can use the available resources safely and efficiently. We seek to strengthen public-private partnerships, promoting innovation, competitiveness, and sustainable development, always focusing on transparency, efficiency, and a positive impact on society. ALADA wants to be a facilitator. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. By the way, he's from my Air Force class, the Air Force Academy. So we're the same class. So both of us old now. So as you see, Alcântara, the launch center, is located in a very nice position there in terms of angle of flight and also in terms of proximity to the equator. So we have been talking about the center here for decades in Brazil. We're developing the center, and now we have a center operational and, let's say, open for business. So it's this company, the ALADA company, is also something that we've been preparing for a long time in the Air Force since 2008. And when I was the minister, I tried to inaugurate this company. Didn't work, but then finally in 2023, we were able to create the company. I was a senator at that time as well, and I had the privilege to sign from the parliament point of view. So I was the one responsible for making this to run there in the parliament as well. A law here in Brazil to congregate all the efforts and activities in the space program, which is very interesting, to separate the military and civilian, the public and private. And so we have much more, let's say, on a scenario much better for investments here in Brazil. So, any questions? There's one here. There's the microphone. Microphone is running. We'll be here soon. Okay.
Well, thank you for the presentation. So many of the people gathering here are working with or even been managing companies who may be interested in your offer. Two questions. One, are you exclusive point of entry to those services from the point of view of the state? And the second is, do you have a catalog of what the companies could be interested on?
We have been created very soon. We are quite young. We are still structuring the company. And the idea is to be a bridge, as it was written there, for the public and the private. And in fact, the idea is to offer the services that can be provided by Brazil, the launch sites, and the equipments, the laboratories, and things like that related to the aerospace area. Not only space area, but the aerospace also. Then we are not exclusive for this, but in fact we are more or less the main link with the Air Force. In Brazil, the launch sites are operated by the Air Force. In fact, that's the point. We are not exclusive, but we are the one that commercialize the Air Force assets, and the Air Force has the control of the 2 centers we have in Brazil.
Okay, any other questions? No, so thank you. Thank you very much. But stay here and we'll come back in the end, at the end. Oh, there's one more? I didn't get that. Okay, there's one more here. Sorry.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. My question is, as long as a lot is talk about quantum programming, quantum computers, my question is, does ALADA has these technologies to offer to the Air Force, the Navies, in the Army?
In fact, we have to say that ALADA is an office. It's not a company itself to provide the service. We are the link between the public assets, laboratories, and services, and the launch centers, and the private that want to buy these services, these possibilities, this infrastructure. And then we are not the owner of these assets. That's the point. We are just an instrument to contract the public assets.
Okay, excellent. So you have a point of contact here, so we can talk about that. Let me take this opportunity to thank some of the schools, universities that are here. First of all, the people from the DCTA, Department of Science and Technology of the Air Force. You are here. Please, if you can stand up just for us to see you. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you much. University of São Paulo, the State University of São Paulo, Unesp, here. Who's from Unesp? Unesp. Here. A couple of guys here, students. Thank you. Thank you. The HBR, the Hardware Brasil. It's here in Hardware Brasil. Thank you. Thank you much. Senai. And Senai, Roberto Monge, Campinas. You're here. Thank you. Centro Paula Souza. Centro Paula Souza. It's not a professional skills education here. Very important to be with us. I also would like to take this time to, please, can you project here our sponsors and supporters again? And here. Okay. Also, at this time, as they find there, the sponsors and supporters. Okay, now they're here again. So, again, I have to thank the Brazilian Space Agency, the IBICT, APA, Softex. By the way, Softex, Mr. Rubem Delgado here, please. This one of our greatest supporters here for this to happen. Thank you very much. The Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. So I'm very proud to have the ministry with us here. And the Hardware Institute, we talked about that before, and other, including the Unimar. Unimar is the University of Marília. We really thank your participation here, your sponsorship. That's very important for us. So, can you go ahead? Okay, let's go. So, I was on time.
Now, we have the privilege to announce the Rector of the Aeronautics Institute of Technology, ITA, one of the most prestigious educational and research institutions in Brazil. Please welcome Professor Dr. Guilherme de Arruda Lorenzi. Professor Lorenzi will present the ITASAT-2 project, a collaboration between ITA, ITA, INPE and the Brazilian Space Agency, which showcases Brazil's capacity to develop talent and create advanced technologies for space exploration. The ITASAT-2 represents a major step forward for national engineering and reinforces our commitment to applied scientific innovation in the aerospace sector.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to greet you all in the name of our pilot, engineer, astronaut, and Senator Marcos Pontes, and say that I am very honored to be here among people like you, astronauts and cosmonauts, that first of all think in humanity more than in countries or regions. And thank you very much for sharing this moment with you. I don't know if you have noticed it, but I became an astronaut some minutes ago without any training because I was in that photo, that picture. So, as an astronaut, I will say my first words that, Houston, I have a problem. And my problem is my mistake that my presentations is mainly in Portuguese. I apologize for that, as well as apologize for my English in some kind. So, I will, more than talking about ITA in space, I believe I will give you a general overview of what I call a strategic program, national strategic program that has been carrying out for 75 years ago, and I believe we are directing to the next 75 years to the century 22. ITASAT, and I'll show you some examples of satellites that we are carrying out at ITA. And the first one, what was called ITASAT, its mission was mainly to develop human resources for the space area. And the mission was to build an 8 kilograms satellite. ITA was founded 75 years ago, and the main mission was to produce engineers before produce aircraft. And that's, I believe, it's one of the reasons why Embraer has achieved the success it achieved, because the human resources were formed many, many years ago, in spite of the fact that Embraer was founded 20 years after the foundation of ITA. And we have up to now 6, ITA is an engineering school, and a small engineering school, and we have 6 engineering courses during these 75 years. And the last one was the aerospace engineering, which was founded in 2010. And this is a strategic program on space systems, which was defined in 2012, defined ITA as the main academic institution, and our space center was created, and I believe you are about to visit it next Wednesday. So the main reason to build this satellite was to develop human resources, as we did 75 years ago. Due to this special program on space systems, we changed that satellite of 80 kilo satellites into a nano satellite, 6 cubes nano satellites, was integrated in Holland in 2013. And it was launched in the Vandenberg base in California in 2018 with other 64 spacecrafts and more than 35 customers. So this is a small roadmap of what we have been conducting at ITA, dealing with satellites, initiating in 25 until this launch of ITASat in 2018. After that, we understood that we were required a little more mature, and this project called Sport was set in order to deal with some plasma bubbles and space weather, as was well showed us by Professor Joaquim da Costa. These are some of the problems we were intended to discuss with this project. SPORTS stands for Scintillation Prediction Observations Research Task, and it was initiated in 2018. It was a CubeSat of 6U and involving NASA, INPE, ITA, DCTA, which is our Science and Technology Department of the Air Force. Mainly dealing, as I said, with plasma bubbles. This was the handover of the export in July 2022. And the launch of Sport was set in November 2022. This is a photo. It was launched from the International Space Station. And here we still on the roadmap. I will try to reach the next century. And we are now dealing with two other projects on small satellites, always dealing with academic purposes in order to develop the human resources which will work on our industry, on other segments of this industry. Selenita, as was said by my colleague Chamon, is on the Artemis program, and we are responsible for the satellites, and the main mission of it is to study magnetic fields in the moon. This is our project. So the main purpose is to study the lunar electron and ion analyzer, dust experiments, magnetometers, boom, and ionizing radiation detector. The project is on its way in terms of mechanical projects, electronic projects, all the projects related to the small satellites in academic use. So, we have also had, in last year, the visit of the South Cone in order to know the projects we were carrying out at ITA and to improve the relationship between Brazil and the US, especially with NASA. This was already set by Professor Joaquim. Some of the problems we understand we are about to study with these small satellites, mainly dealing with space weather and the region where Brazil is located, which demands some worries about these anomalies. I insisted that the purpose of our projects and satellites is to develop people, developing human resources to further work on our industry. Once again, some of the problems, localizations of signals, and the impact on the satellites, on the radars and in communications antennas. We have, talking about ITASat-2, already a preliminary design signed, and the main partners are NASA, US Southcom, Utah State, and Naval Research Laboratory. This is a view of conception of EITASat-2 and the conception of 3 satellites. As I said, this is not technical presentations, but I would say a strategic presentations of what Brazil can deal when talking about space. I remember after 75 years of its foundation, we could provide the industry, in Brazil particularly, people who would carry out the development of the aeronautical industry in Brazil. So we believe that for the next 75 years, we can also make something like that, talking about space. So those 6 courses that were created during 75 years, we are about to create 3 new courses in Fortaleza. It's our first campus of ITA outside São José dos Campos. It will be located in Fortaleza, which is, I would say, 4-hour flight from São José dos Campos. And there, we will have 3 new courses: systems engineering, energy engineering, and bioengineering, which I believe that are strongly related to space, although it can seem something different. But systems engineering in particular has much to do with space aspects. So, ITASat has allowed us to develop human resources for the space area. Sport has allowed us to study space weather in terms of academic. Selenita will be our first missions to the moon. And EITASat-2 intends to continue the missions talking in studying aspects of space weather and localization, signal localizations. And we believe that this new campus of ITA located in Fortaleza will allow us to, talking about engineering systems and energy systems, will allow us to improve the development of new human resources for use in the space. So, as I said, we took 75 years up to now, and we believe we have given a huge contribution to the establishment of the aeronautical industry in Brazil, talking mainly about Embraer, but we can find initiatives of aeronautics all over Brazil. Yesterday, we had a meeting of students in São José dos Campos with more than 60 universities dealing with development, designing of models of aircraft from north, from south, from Midwest. So I believe we are on the way to have in Brazil for the next 75 years also the possibility to establish a complex of industries, of institutions of development to build also here the same success we had in aeronautics as in the space. That's what I was supposed to talk to you. I hope if you have any questions, I am at your disposal. If the question is easy, I will answer. If it is difficult, I will ask my beloved wife to answer, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Lorenzi, rector of my university. I'm really proud to be a part of this university. It's very important for the development of the technology here in Brazil. And we have former students all over the world working in technology, which is really, really important. So, any questions? Questions? Anyone here that would like to go to ITA? The students? Yeah, there's one there.
Is it an easy question or a difficult question?
So, André Amarante from São Paulo State University. I'm just curious about the Selenita mission. What kind of type of the orbits do you will have? Something like the low orbits or high orbits?
It's supposed to 500 kilometers to 370 kilometers.
Okay, thank you so much.
One more question here.
Yes, please.
Here, yeah, there.
Я не буду говорить по-английски, потому что, возможно, вы не поймете мой английский, поэтому я вас спрашиваю по-русски. Обязаны ли ваши выпускники по окончании университета отработать несколько лет именно в Бразилии? Они просто вы воспитали умные, сильные кадры, а они выпорхнули из Бразилии, уехали, и вы опять ни с чем остаетесь.
We need the translation. Okay, just a moment for him to get the... That's here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Please, the translation from Russian, yeah, into English or Portuguese. Непонятно. Okay. Number one.
Marcos, may I help you? May I help
yes.
you? So the questions was about the students when they graduate the institute. Are they obliged to stay in Brazil and to work for Brazilian companies a period of time?
If you're going to...
If they graduate from an institution, higher institution, are they obliged to stay and to work in Brazil a period of time, or they can leave the country instantly?
Okay, then.
No, they are not obliged to stay in Brazil, although we would like very much to stay, but there is no obligation to stay. That's, I would say, a good thing that Brazilian Air Force allow to our citizens to have a good formation. But
by the way, it's not even obliged to stay in the Air Force. This school is maintained by the Air Force. And a couple of the students, they go to the military. They keep working inside the military as engineers. And others, they choose to be civilians, and they can work anywhere. So it's good. It's like a social contribution from the Air Force for the country. Any other questions? Okay, there's one more there.
Olá, professor. Realmente é motivo de muita honra o ITA para todos nós brasileiros. Mas falar do ITA sem esquecer...
Without mentioning an important name, our senator and astronaut Marcos Pontes, but we have Osiris Silva as well. And I'm curious because I follow ITA's history for such a long time. What's ITA before and after Osiris Silva? Because we have here our aviation industry, which is known all over the world and has a strong history linked to ITA and Osiris Silva within that context. So you, as a representative, of ITA today, what does that represent for students, all this history? Because Brazil, unfortunately, does not cultivate its history, as Winston Churchill would say. A people who does not cultivate its history, its fate is to repeat it. And I'd like to know if inside ITA they are proud of the history of these men as
My name is Mol. Mike Oscar Lima, controlador de voo da Força Aérea.
Thank you.
I'm a flight controller from the Air Force.
At ITA, the name of Colonel Osiris Silva, which was the founder of Embraer. Of course, we consider it very, very much, not only him, but many people who has contributed to the building of all we have in Brazil when we talk about aeronautical engineering. ITA has, in fact, 4 honoris causa doctors, if I can say that. The first one is Roberto Santos Dumont. The second one is our founder, Marshal Casimiro Montenegro Filho. The third one is Colonel Osiris Silva. And the fourth, which was, the title was given this year, is Dr. Fernando Mendonça, which is the founder of INPE. So if you think that in 75 years we have 4 honoris causa doctors, and one of them is Colonel Osiris Silva, you can imagine that the whole it played in our history. Despite that, I also always try to remember those people that contributed to this, to what Brazil is nowadays in terms of aeronautics, but they are unknown. Many engineers, many researchers that we do not know their names, but they played a very important role also. But specifically, talking about Colonel Osiris Silva, of course, we have him as a very important person, and it will be given to him on the beginning of December in Italy, a special medal recognizing him as an important person in all we talking about aeronautics in Brazil. Thank you for your questions, very important.
Thank you, Professor Lorenzi. Thank you for your contribution. And there's one more question there at the end. Yes. Mario.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to ask you to clarify something, because I think in your presentation you said you were going to have the satellites, the CubeSats, around the moon to study the magnetic field of the moon. And as we all know, there's not a global magnetic field on the moon. So can you clarify that for me? I think I understand, but maybe some of the others in the room don't. I would ask that.
Well, I think you understood correctly, but I think I cannot clarify more than that, because it's a very technical aspect. But okay. Your understanding of what we are supposed to do is that, to understand the magnetic fields in the moon and how it works, but always together with other institutions like NASA and some US universities. But the projects and the missions are, I believe, still being clarified. But your general overview is correct.
Okay, because what I'm thinking your intention is, the geology on the moon has local geologic residual magnetic fields. So there's not a global one. So I just wanted to clarify that.
That is different from the Earth.
Yes, very much.
The magma is different from here, so it's supposed to be studied by our academics. Remember that our purpose is always academic. So it's first step towards some more detailed studies.
Okay, so we are on time here. Thank you. Well, exactly on time here. Thank you very much, Professor. And congratulations, congratulations. Let's go to the next panel. Next presenter.
So now we will invite the Chief of Staff of the Space Operations Command, COPE, who will present the Center's strategic role in the monitoring, defense, and operation of Brazil satellites. Please welcome Air Major General Rodrigo Alvim. The COPE is the backbone of Brazil space management and control, ensuring security, efficiency, and integration between civil and military activities. Air Major, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all. I'm very happy to be here. Our Senator, thank you for the invitation. As the General said, I also have my dreams. I'd rather be seated among you there, but here I am. By the way, I'm still dreaming of, who knows that? So I'm here to bring the contribution of the Air Force for the Brazilian space program. And first of all, I'm here in the name of my commander, General Barbakov, who is the commander of the Aerospace Operations Command. So we are responsible for employing all the Air Force assets, including aircraft and space. It's not by chance that we had those three blades together here, the academic side for the formation of our engineering, the company that will open the doors for the private and commercial companies, and the government, which by my side is represented by the Air Force, pushing the development on the Brazil. A little bit history, so you can understand the whole picture of putting this thing together. We started early, on the 60s. This decade, we founded the launch center in Natal, and Brazil founded the INPE that you heard of on the 70s. And we founded the Alcântara launch space on the 80s. But due to several events, we didn't succeed until nowadays to have our own rockets to launch the satellites. We had budget problems, and we had a huge accident. Unfortunately, we lost 21 men on that accident. So in 2012, the Air Force turned and took a different way. So we created this commission. Those letters stand for Commission for Coordination and Implementation of Space Systems. And we changed for explore our assets, our resources, and combine it with the private and commercial initiatives. So we made the strategic program and we passed it to the Ministry of Defense. So since that date, we started to building the Alada company, and we start to have a strategic program for the Air Force. We used to say the Brazilian space program is divided by the civilian efforts, the national program for space activities led by the Brazilian Space Agency, and the strategic program for the space systems led by the defense side, the Ministry of Defense and the Air Force. We had last year approved a space law in Brazil, which reaffirms that. we had two space authorities, the civilian authority and the defense authority, working together to have the Brazilian space program. Our strategic program is led by the Brazilian Air Force. We aiming to have our sovereign access to space and operational autonomy of national space systems. Our objectives is to ensure the dual use, civil and defense capabilities. The Brazilian Air Force has a strong DNA having the dual systems. For example, we have the system who controls the air traffic is both civil and for defense purpose. So we have more coordination and economy. We want to support the network center defense systems. Of course, we have to be strong in command and control. And another objective is to strengthen Brazil defense industrial base. So as much as we can, we'll be happy strengthening our own industry and promoting SSA and SDA, Earth observation and security communications. So that way we can protect our assets, both civilian and military. Of course, it's structured like this one in the 4 segments. I'm going to talk about each one, the users, the vehicles, as you already seen, the space segment, the satellites which we are trying to push on. We don't have still satellites made in Brazil for defense purpose, and neither we don't have still launch vehicles made in Brazil. In the ground segments. The near future we are aiming of are those systems for communications. We already have the geostationary satellite. It's a dual use. It's a joint between the Air Force and the Telebras company, which belongs to the Ministry of Communications. For Earth observation, we have a couple of satellites for radar imaging, but they were bought, not built in here. And we are aiming to have this optical also. The launch vehicles, it was already showed, the VS-50 and the micro-satellite launching vehicle. They are under development, and the space objects monitoring system. So we are putting a lot of effort to have this radar and telescopes to contribute with the community, being a country that provide data. Those are the two mainly areas of employ we have. So when the Brazilian Air Force is trying to lead the imagery, getting, processing, and distribution among the government and other agencies, and also for security communications, as I said, both civilian and military. The civilian communications, it's running by the government company, that's Telebras, for the civilian purpose. Since we are a huge country, you need to ensure all the regional connections. We had this huge flood problem last year. I think 184 people died last year because of those floods. And this is an example of what we can do. We can offer this monitoring using the radar images and also optical images. So we can ensure a quick response to help the people. There were a lot of people isolated from help, from food, from communications. So we could provide them with emergency aspect and also rescue them to help the people. So we are trying to enlarge this capability, and also with contact with other countries in South America to make those kind of agreements. Other thing that we use as a huge country and we have this regional problems, we use also our user segment to help countering illegal mining operations. So we are developing, using IA to find those equipments they use for illegal mining. So that's another example of a problem then we share with our neighbor countries and we can cooperate with them. For the launch segment, you already showed the next step for the Brazilian Air Force, which is using our launching center for the companies. That will provide us better resources to have our own projects. This is the next step. We downsized a little bit our program. In last decades, it was a larger vehicle than that, but now we are aiming that microsatellite launch vehicle. For space segments, we are helping the Brazilian industry to nationalize the payloads, and with the support of the Ministry of the Science, we are trying to implement our own constellation of optical satellites. So those are the projects we are aiming in the future. For the ground segments, this is our Space Operations Center. As I said, it's a joint contribution between the Air Force and the Telebrás company. Here we monitor and control all of space assets that are in charge of the Defense Ministry. But also we can assure the safety and provide the monitoring for all the assets in Brazil. And we are increasing our regional cooperation with other countries and with our allies. So we have a cooperation with Colombia, for example. We have one Colombian officer working here in Brazil with us, and also US officer from the Space Force in the US. So we seek to expand our cooperation initiatives. We are growing so much with those experiences that we are trying to catching up the leading countries in the world in SSA and SDA. And we are succeeding to do this. The other mainly thing that we are doing is our participation in the Global Sentinel exercise. So we are developing our skills to help the international community to provide this SSA capability and ensure the safety of the space operations around the world. And we are aiming to have our own sensors as soon as possible. Other than that, we have been participating on the same level with the other countries. So we are trying to do this kind of effort to have this collaboration agreements to do formation and capacitation, and also academic partnerships and joint exercises to learn from each other. And we are constructing bilateral or multilateral security cooperation agreements. We already have those agreements with a few countries which we have relationship. And we aiming to be leading on South American space consultation mechanism for regular dialogue. This is an example of we can offer to our neighbor countries. We can share images that we have. We can have this common operation of the assets the neighbor countries have and then we have also. And we have the capability to offer the strategic communication, our satellites can offer, for example, in natural disasters, we can provide communication for all the countries from south of US until the South America. So this is my last slide. What is the strategic importance for the space for Air Force? We are trying to catalyze the space sovereign innovation, like providing the Brazilian companies the means they need to develop themselves, to develop the systems here in Brazil, to have all the chain here. We aiming to be able to build the satellites and to launch them in our territory. We have shared challenges with our common problems between our country and the neighbor countries. So we have to focus on border security, connectivity gaps, and disaster response, as I showed you. And the Brazil's vision is to evolve in the national autonomy into a regional integration and share the capabilities with other countries. So we are committed to transparency, mutual support, and capacity building. So that's what I brought for you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have the pleasure to say that we used to fly in the same squadron in south of Brazil. It's really good to see him here now with so many important activities inside the Air Force and for the space program here in Brazil. Any questions? No questions? Okay. So, there's one over there. Please.
Senador, eu não sou tão velho não, quase 80 anos, mas eu acompanho o programa espacial no Brasil desde o CNAE. Essa base de lançamento de Alcântara, de Barreira do Inferno, fui eu quem desenhei, junto com os coronéis na época, que aguardavam o desenho para voar num Beechcraft por 8 horas, chegar em Natal, tinha terraplanagem para começar a terraplanagem das 3 classes de lançamento. Eu estava no CNAE nessa época, em seguida foi o INPE, fui diretor industrial da Avibras, e posso dizer para o senhor que a gente está precisando de um puxão de orelha no Brasil. Por quê? Os programas todos são de governo, não são de Estado. Cada governo tem sua predileção, manda mais verba, menos verba, até enterrar um programa atômico que o Collor fez, eu lembro muito bem disso, encerrando um programa nuclear. Estão lembrados disso? Nós precisamos do Brasil de ter um programa, um plano de Estado, não de governo. Cada governo, em 4 a 8 anos, vem, coloca o seu desejo ou não, libera mais verba ou menos verba. Quando nós ficarmos assim, os nossos programas aeroespaciais são do sistema vagalume, acende e apaga. Estou falando bem claramente o que eu estou acompanhando em 40, 60 anos de acompanhar esse sistema. Eu queria uma resposta. Nós precisamos batalhar para um sistema de Estado, programa de Estado, e não de governo.
Thank you, sir. I agree with you. That's why we changed the way we work. That's why we created the CCZ, the commission, and that's why we made a strategic program, long-term program. It was released in the 2012, and this year it was updated, maintaining the head. And that's why we thought about creating a company more than a decade ago, and we have been able to approve it by the Congress this year. So I think you are right, and we are in the right path to build long-term partnership between the government and the private companies, the commercial companies. Because it was said here, even the US took advantage of the arising of the private companies. So that's why the Brazil was aiming that way. So we changed the 100% of government budget to try to explore the commercial companies and bring those benefits to the space program.
Excellent. Let me, okay, microphone there. Just comment this question as well, because this is very important. Has been working in the space program for more than 40 years. So, of course, he knows all the development of the program, or the lack of development, because we were pretty much connected with the government budget. So the industry was not participating directly with this. And this consideration is really important. So when I was in the ministry, I started certain new ways of thinking our space program, bringing more the private sector, and also the legislation to allow this to work. So as I said at the beginning, nowadays we have the law of space here in Brazil that facilitates the participation of the private industry, separating military, civilian, private, government, and all this give much more ways for the companies to work in Brazil and to develop the products and services here. It's really important. And also about space applications, that kind of application can drive the revenues in the small companies, the startups, including artificial intelligence, which is the topic for our next presentation. But no doubts that working the way we were before was very difficult to develop the programs here in Brazil. The space program and the nuclear program. Now we have the laws to bring the private sector to work together, and this would be much, much more effective here in the country. Now, just, okay, you have there? Oh, he's going to answer.
My simple question is in English. I want to know about you, where you study, in what Air Force school? Where you study when you was young?
Where did I study? When I was graduating in the Air Force Academy. But I was raised in Brasilia, and then I entered in the Air Force Academy. And then I graduated from there. I became a fighter pilot, and a few years later, I went to our test pilot school here in Brazil.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any more questions? There's one back there. See there?
At some point of the presentation, you talked about how you use the technology to monitor criminal activities. And as far as I know, if I'm not wrong, it's a big challenge in the monitoring of criminal activity with the time resolution. Because sometimes a crime that's happening right now might not be happening anymore in a few hours. And usually increasing time resolution just with satellites, for example, is pretty expensive. How does Brazil deal with this problem to monitor criminal activities in due time?
Yes, you are right. We have to be as quickly as possible to catch them, but we can study their operations and their patterns. And Brazil has defense operation running right now in the north part of Brazil, so we can provide the information we have to this joint command working there. We can study how do they operate, which places they hide their assets, and we can find them. That's why artificial intelligence is so important, and to have a quick loop for us as soon as possible, it's very important.
Okay, so right on time. Thank you. Thank you very much, but don't go away. We're going to call you back here too. Thank you.
And to conclude this inspiring morning, we have the privilege to invite the General Coordinator for Digital Transformation at the Secretariat for Science and Technology for Digital Transformation, SETAD, of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, MCTI. She will present the topic, the Brazilian Artificial Intelligence Plan, Opportunities for the Aerospace Sector. Please welcome Cristina Shimoda Weshi.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to be here today. It's a great honor to be in front of such a distinguished audience. And also, I'd like to thank you for my former boss, the astronaut Max Pontes, and former Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. I work for the Brazilian state and not for the Brazilian government, but of course we work for all ministers that come here, and we also have the history of all these actions programs and that has been released. I also would take a moment to apologize myself because I will not be present in any technology program or institution so interesting for the space sector as the previous speakers. I'm going to talk our view of AI in a more strategic way and how we are shaping the future of AI in Brazil. Last year, Brazil launched its national AI plan, a bold initiative to transform the lives of Brazilians through sustainable innovation powered by AI. The plan was built through a highly participatory and inclusive process involving experts from government, academia, industry, and civil society, in collaborative workshops and consultations. Brazil recognizes AI as a powerful catalyst for socioeconomic development. We aim to leverage our unique strengths, a young and tech-savvy population, a high level of digitalization of public services, the diversity of our national data ecosystems, a clean energy matrix, and a strong research and development base. However, we also are aware of our challenges, such as the need to expand investments in infrastructure, research and innovation, ensure data interoperability and reliability, strengthen talent development and retention, and consolidate an effective regulatory and governance framework. In this context, Brazil's visions of AI for good and for all promotes a human-centered and inclusive approach, grounded in dignity, social rights, cultural and regional diversity, and the value of work. Our goal is to address social, environmental, and economic challenges, contributing to people's well-being and to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Brazilian AI plan will build national capabilities and expertise, aligning with initiatives such as the New Industry Brazil program, while fostering both digital and green transitions. We are committed to ensure that AI is transparent, traceable, sustainable, and responsible, safeguarding data privacy, cybersecurity, consumer protection, and national sovereignty. Finally, we envision AI as a bridge for global cooperation and fair, mutually beneficial partnerships. To realize this vision, the AI for the Good and for All plan is structured with 54 strategic actions distributed across 5 pillars: infrastructure and AI development, talents, digital government, AI for business, and support for the AI regulation and governance. The investments outlined in the Brazilian AI plan for the next 5 years total approximately 23 billion reais, equivalent to about $4 billion, which is a significant commitment within Brazil's economic context. So far, 6.6 billion reais, about 28% of the planned resources, have already been invested, demonstrating the government's strong commitment to putting this plan into action. During the plan's design phase, we identified 31 ongoing AI initiatives already addressing key challenges in areas such as healthcare, agriculture, environmental protection, and social development. These actions were classified as immediate impact actions. The second group of initiatives, called Structuring Actions, is organized around the same 5 pillars. Key features include the development of national capabilities and expertise, and ambitions and forward-looking vision aligned with industrial policy, a focus on sustainability and energy efficiency, and a long-term perspective that fosters systemic innovation that includes all institutions that has present previously. These initiatives span various levels of technological maturity and mobilize multiple disciplines and stakeholders. Under Pillar 1, related to infrastructure, we seek to equip Brazil with a state-of-the-art technological infrastructure. This includes the developing of a supercomputer powered entirely by renewable energy, a sovereign cloud, a national AI infrastructure, and also a network of AI centers of excellence to make research and development. In the aerospace sector, these investments will enable advanced simulations, satellite modeling, critical component design, and spacecraft development. We are also empowering Brazilian institutions such as INPE and the AEB, which have already shared their vision, to enhance their observational networks and data governance models, benefiting society as a whole. By combining AI, data, and sensors, we will expand applications in Earth observation, environmental monitoring, drone operation, and urban air mobility, areas that directly interface with the aerospace technologies. In the AI dissemination, education, and training pillar, Brazil is investing heavily in human capital. We are creating AI-focused undergraduate programs, scholarships, professional training, and ICT residency programs to increase the number of engineers, data scientists, AI specialists, and experts in simulation and embedded systems. In the next pillar, related to the public services, we are developing a unified government AI platform to apply AI solutions in health, agriculture, education, and public safety. We are also establishing a sovereign cloud for the protection of sensitive data and training public servants to the use of AI for process optimization and evidence-based decision-making. On the next pillar, related of AI for business and innovation, our goal is to strengthen the AI value chain in Brazil. We are supporting data centers, AI startups, and small and medium-sized enterprises, and channeling resources to AI projects in industry. This pillar is aligned with the Brazil's industrial policy, the so-called New Industry Brazil program. One of its missions focuses on developing strategic technologies for national sovereignty and defense, reinforcing high-tech industry and reducing external dependence. Priority production chains include satellites, launch vehicles, and radar systems, all keys to strengthening Brazil's aerospace capabilities. And finally, the last pillar aims to establish a robust AI governance framework and balances innovation with rights protections. In conclusion, the success of Brazil AI plan depends on collaboration across all sectors, government, academia, industry, and civil society, at both national and international levels. We therefore emphasize the importance of international cooperation, not only with countries of North America, Europe, and Asia, but also with our colleagues from Latin America and Caribbean and the African countries to develop technologies that address global challenges and truly embody the principle of AI for the good and for all. Thank you very much for your time and for your attention. It has been an honor to share this vision with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you much. You see, artificial intelligence is being all over, and here in Brazil, we just passed in the Senate the bill, which is a regulation for artificial intelligence here in the country, and now is in the Chamber of Representatives, and hopefully next semester we are going to have this bill or this law approved here in Brazil, which will facilitate again the businesses and the development of artificial intelligence. So it's a huge topic that we can talk a lot about this, but I would open for questions here to Dr. Shimoda. Please, there's one there.
Reinhold Ewald from Germany. Hello. Thank you for the talk. Well, we are all aware that AI can be poisonous if it is flooded by wrong perceptions from trolls, from institutions sending billions of emails and billions of comments. How do you safeguard against your AI use being contaminated by this bad influence? I saw some indications. You said critical use of AI. That's what you are teaching in your education program. And you said transparency and trustworthy of AI. How do you want to establish that?
Thank you for your question. We are a little concerned with all these points, and we have planned an action to establish a Brazilian AI Center of Transparency Algorithm, and like the AI Safety Institutes that has been established in other countries, and also as the European Center for Algorithm Transparency. But we are now discussing how is the Brazilian model. And we are talking with many countries from the global, the so-called global south, because we would like to make sure that we are contributing to the global AI governance and bring the vision that the ones that are not the main developers of AI, but we are users, but also we want to develop at least or participate in the process of development or deployment of AI systems, and we want to make sure that the systems that we have we can have take the decision of how we can operate the systems, and that's what we call the digital autonomy or digital sovereignty because we think that although the AI is for all, some countries and some companies are trying to take the decisions for all the planet. And we just want to participate in this process. Thank you.
Any other question about this? Let me just compliment with some things here about AI, since I've been working with this a long time, since the ministry and up to the Senate. About education itself, there's 3 major branches for us to be careful with AI, let's say, to think about and to develop. The first one, in terms of education, of course, is to educate the future professionals. We need professionals and experts to help us to develop the AI and to develop solutions using AI. So this is the first branch, which is important, the participation of the universities, so to have courses, to develop new courses, to be flexible enough for those courses to follow at least as much as possible the technology enhancements that we have, essentially by minute. So this is the first branch. The second one is related to the population itself, because we already have AI working in so many different systems that we use day by day, and of course that will just increase, and the population must follow this as well. So for the kids, it's easier because they are born in a new era of AI, but for the older guys, it's important to follow this, to not be behind. And remember that being behind is very dangerous, including the problems with cybersecurity. So we need the older population to be to teach them how to use, how to live in an AI society. And the third branch, and this is more delicate more sensible to treat about, is how to use AI for education and inside education. From one side is really good because you can use all the capabilities of AI to give classes that are more interesting for the kids. You can evaluate if they are getting the content or not, if they are very excited about learning new things. So AI can help a lot with this, even giving to the kids like an individual education, so based on their talents or their weak points for them to learn. However, if they are so much in AI, using AI to substitute, let me give an example. So the teacher gives the kids an essay to write, and so they go to ChatGPT or other things, and they prepare the essay there in ChatGPT. They are not learning. Because they need to learn how to organize the ideas and how to put the ideas on paper and write well. And in human beings, we are kind of lazy. For example, GPS, nobody uses maps anymore. So we just trust that the GPS is doing a good job. We just follow the instructions on GPS. Imagine we just follow the instructions given by AI in all aspects of our lives, especially for the kids learning. And this is something that we that work with education, we have to be very attentive, very careful with how to deal with this in the future. So just to complement some of the worries that we are having in the Parliament, and we need to address that day by day. So thank you, thank you very much. This moment I would like to call to the stage here our other presenters, our rector, Professor Lorenzi, and Almeida, my classmate, Brigadeiro Rodrigo, and Dr. Shimoda is here already. So if you have any questions that you forgot to ask before for any one of them, this is the time so to ask questions. If you don't have, I just want to thank you, all of you, and for the presentations. And for sure, you have all the names, you have all the contacts, anything in the future that they can help please feel free to contact them or contact us, that we are going to contact them. Thank you. Thank you much. Vai pouquinho mais para lá, para pegar o centro aí.
Okay. We now invite the official participants of the Congress to enjoy lunch at the main restaurant of the Club Med Lake Paradise. But before, we have two warnings. The first one, during the lunchtime, we will hold the traditional pin ceremony of the Association of Space Explorers, ASE, a symbolic act that celebrates the unity and commitment of new members to the mission of inspiring the planet through science and cooperation. The ASC pin is more than a symbol. It represents the bond shared by those who, having seen the Earth from above, understand the true greatness of what unites us all. Please note that this is a reserved activity intended exclusively for registered participants of ASC 2025. And the second one, in the afternoon, we will have a presentation in Russian. So for those who need translation from Russian to English, we ask you to take the headphones before come back to the room. For those who already have headphones, please let them on your chair. And if you don't come back to the afternoon session, please return to the same pickup location. We wish you all an excellent break and inspiring lunch. We will resume the open session at 2 p.m. Thank you. Please have a seat because we will start the sessions of afternoon. Hi everyone, welcome to the session of this afternoon. Please have a seat and we will begin in a few seconds. Okay, let's start. Okay, good afternoon everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin technical session 2 of the 36th Planetary Congress of the Association of Space Explorers, ASC 2025, entitled Back to the Future. In this session, we will revisit some of the great milestones in the history of space exploration, the Shuttle Mir, Apollo-Soyuz, and the living legacy of the International Space Station, ISS, bringing together the pioneers whose missions have shaped our present and continue to inspire our future. To lead this session, we invite the Associate Administrator of NASA, former Shuttle Program Commander, and veteran of 4 space missions, a leader who truly represents the spirit of cooperation and humanity's commitment to advancing beyond our atmosphere. Welcome on stage, Mr. Bob Cabana, astronaut Bob Cabana.
Thank you, Giselle. And Marcos, thank you so much for hosting us in Brazil. I know how much work goes into putting something like this on, and it's absolutely fantastic. I think we're going to have a fun afternoon. I've got some very interesting talks lined up. You know, when you look back on where we are right now, this is an historical year. It's been 50 years since Apollo-Soyuz, when we first cooperated with our Russian partners. And it's been 25 years, as you know, that we've had a permanent presence on the International Space Station, all working together. And if I read, what is the mission of ASE? So, to use our members' unique perspective to promote the global benefits of space science, exploration, and international cooperation, to educate and inspire future generations, and to foster a better stewardship of our home planet. And I can't think of any better way to do that than to get together like this and have students in the audience to learn from our experience, but also to inspire them to do the things that we've been able to do. So to start things off, we're a little bit out of chronological order, but I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Norm Thagard. Now, Dr. Thagard was a pilot in the Marine Corps, got out of the Marine Corps, became a medical doctor, was selected to be an astronaut in the 1978 group of astronauts, and he has flown on STS-7, STS-51B, STS-30, STS-42, Soyuz TM-21, along with Vladimir Dezhurov and Gennady Strikalov, to the Mir space station. And Norm's going to talk to us about the Shuttle Mir program and what it meant. And with that, Norm, I'm going to turn it over to you. Please welcome Norm.
Well, Bob, I appreciate that. I appreciate that nice introduction. And Marcos, I would like to echo what Bob said. This is fantastic. Appreciate you doing it. And I will talk about my experience in flying with the Russians, and that was a number of years after the Apollo-Soyuz, which was quite a mission in itself. And it was the first time that we actually had a member of, well, no, third time, because, and you'll see in my slides, there were 2 Russian cosmonauts who flew on the shuttle before I became the first American to fly with the Russians on their Soyuz up to the Mir station. So we'll get into that, and we'll go a little bit into the history of the program. I will then give you some of the slides showing what it was like to be there, and at the end, some of the results. And the main reason I was sent up there was because we, and I say we, I mean NASA, had recognized that we were going to build the International Space Station, and we worried that we didn't know enough about the effects on humans of being in space for months, if not years at a time. And Probably because I already had flown several flights and I was a medical doctor. That was one of the reasons I'm sure that I was selected. But what I had sort of missed is that, and this doesn't look like the first slide, but we'll go into it anyway. Let's see if we can do that. That's right, this is the first slide. Okay, in 1984, President Reagan directed NASA to start planning a space station, and it was going to be Space Station Freedom. And I had a role in helping with that because in the late 80s, I was the chief in the office for a while of our space station branch. And that was interesting in itself because it was the first time that I'd really been going out of town up to Virginia or Washington to talk with people who were meeting on this business of building a new space station. And then in September 1993, it was Vice President Al Gore and Russian Prime Minister Viktor Chernomyrdin, and they said we were going to have a new space station. Now, the Russians were going to build a Mir 2 before that, and after this agreement was reached, the decision was that the U.S. and Russia would jointly build what has become the International Space Station. And in November of 1991, in one of our Monday morning all-hands meetings, IAOMs we called it, he notified all the astronauts present at the meeting that we had a quid pro quo agreement in which one cosmonaut, which turned out to be Sergei Krikalev, and one astronaut, which turned out to be me, would fly on each other's respective programs. And the American was going to be a cosmonaut researcher on a 90-day, what was supposed to be a 90-day mission to Mir, with a Russian cosmonaut as a mission specialist on a space shuttle mission. In 22 through 30 January 1992, I was the payload commander for the International Microgravity Lab mission number 1, STS-42, and that new crew position was intended to be a forerunner for the role of an ISS commander. And STS-42 mission payloads consist of IML-1, space-log long module. We had 9 material science experiments. Well, you can read that. I don't necessarily, but it was a science flight big time. And I was fortunate, as payload commander, I was sort of seen as responsible, although the truth is, I just was one of the gang doing those many experiments back in the Space Lab module. And I think we only had 1 failure out of all the experiments that we had, and that wasn't our fault. So, the mission progressed very smoothly, as I've said there, and I took these out of the post-flight analysis, so I hope that's true. More than 100% of the pre-mission plan science activities were completed. We did more than 100 crystals, billions of cells, and hundreds of plants returned. I would say that the only downside to the mission was we had a rotating chair, and it was designed to look at space motion sickness. And when the experimenter, the scientist, the principal investigator pre-flight, I was at a meeting with him where he discussed it, and I said, you know, that's going to cause people to be sick. He said, you don't know that, except that I'd been sent on STS-7, the 7th shuttle flight in '83, to study space motion sickness, and I was the sickest one on board, so I was probably the right one to send. And what I thought, but I didn't say it to him, is I don't know that it'll make me sick in the same way that I don't know I'll be killed if I jump off of a high building. I've never actually done it, but I'm reasonably sure I know what the outcome will be. And it was that outcome. Although at that point, I was no longer getting space motion sick. It was my 4th flight, but that didn't mean the other people riding it weren't, and they did. Okay, we had the IMAX camera system, and here's where I learned, and we did some filming for one of their movies called Destiny in Space. And that's where I learned, they taught me how to film using the IMAX camera and how to change its film out in 0 gravity. But guess what? If you're taking the pictures, you're not in the picture. So because I never took the pictures, I am in Destiny in Space. All right, and then we had the space physiology experiments, and they were looking at space adaptation and motion sickness, and study again with the vestibular investigations. We had a biostack. You can see it all there. We were really busy during that flight. The one thing that's not mentioned here is the Super Bowl was played while we were up there. And using Roberta Bondar, the first Canadian astronaut, she held the coin and we flipped her, and we had to tell them whether it was heads or tails to decide who was going to receive the ball for the opening of the Super Bowl that year, because it was in January and it was played while we were flying. In July 1992, Dan Brandenstein, the chief of the astronaut office, came to me and said, would I be willing to be the American representative in that quid pro quo I told you about before. He told me we didn't have a prime because we didn't have enough astronauts, given the shuttle flight rate at the time, to spare a backup. But later on, the Russians insisted that we have one, and we did name a backup to fly the flight. And then in October of '92, that's when the Russians said that there would be a cosmonaut on the crew of the future space shuttle mission. And it was turned out that in October '92, Sergei Krikalev and Vladimir Titov were going to train with the STS-60 crew, and Krikalev was assigned in April '93 to be the MS-4 position on that flight. It had, you see who the commander was, Charlie Bolden. It was a really good crew, a really strong crew. And on 3 February 1994, STS-60 launched. And on that same day, up at headquarters in NASA, Diane Golden, the NASA administrator, announced at a big press conference that we had named and decided who would be the first American to fly with the Russians. He said that it was really a good choice, and it was Bill Reedy. And I'm watching that. And I'm thinking, what's going on? So I stormed down to the chief of the astronaut office at the time, who was Hugh Gibson, and I told him what had happened, and Hugh got a puzzled look. He picked up the phone, called someone, and after about 30 seconds, he put the phone down. He said, Golden has just announced he made a mistake. It's you. So that's how I found out I was going to fly the flight. Anyhow, while Sergei flew on STS-60, as we saw, we actually flew 2 people, including Titov, including Titov, who flew on STS-63. And that was an interesting mission, too. So that is our STS-60 mission. And you can see Krikalev up there next to Jan Davis. And then Charlie Bolden, who was the commander. Charlie was another. All these folks are really exceptional people. And this was the STS-63 crew with Jim as our commander. And then you see Vladimir Titov, who was I guess the MS-4 on that as well. And there were a couple spacewalks performed on that. Now, this is a neat picture. And it was taken because I think it was a discovery. This was called the Near Mirror mission, and it was called that because the space shuttle flew within 33 feet of the station. It didn't dock, but it flew within 33 feet, and while they got close enough, someone from the shuttle took the picture, and I think that's Valery Polyakov. And I will tell you that Valery was still on the Mir when I came on board. And what I got to see, and he did it, he was setting it while I was there, he on that flight became, and I think he still holds the record for the longest single mission, not the total time, but the longest single mission at over 14 months, which is pretty impressive. And he gave me a lot of good information when I came on Mir. We were both doctors, so he gave me some good heads up. And I hate to show you with me in my underwear there, but this is me trying to struggle to get in one of the Sokol suits, the pressure suits. Now, the Russians went to the pressure suit for the same reason we went to the pressure suit on shuttle. They lost a crew on entry when their cabin, the Soyuz, lost pressure. And of course, before that, they just wore cotton flight suits. Well, that's exactly what we did in the shuttle program until the Challenger accident occurred. And I know that because I was on my first 2 missions, STS-7 and STS-51B, if you like that numbering system, were both flown on Challenger, and I was a member of the crew on both those flights. Now, here's the way it works. You get down there and you go in and you have to change out of your civilian clothes into that pressure suit I just showed you. And when I came into this room, this is the changing room at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, And there were yellow curtains over on that left side of the room as we entered, and I saw the chairs there, but I didn't know what it was, and I'm about to start taking my clothes off, and one of the people helping us get into those suits said, no, no, go sit over in that chair. I did. They opened up the curtains, and there was my, oops, sorry. There was my wife right there, my middle son, oldest son, and youngest son, and I was allowed to have a last few minutes of private conversation with my family before I started to suit up. Well, we got suited up, and of course you have to test the suit and make sure it's going to maintain its pressure, and it did. So we all go downstairs. Volodya had not wanted me to wear those glasses, but there were some things, switches I had to throw in the flight, and I had had cataract surgery, and of course they put in the wrong lens, so I had to use glasses to read. I had good far vision, and I had the glasses on, so sorry for that. That messed up the picture as far as Volodya was concerned. Anyhow, they had tape marks. We stood at attention. Volodya saluted the commanding general of the Baikonur Cosmodrome, told him we were ready to launch, and he gave us permission to go launch. This is in a simulator at Star City, the Soyuz simulator. I will say this, I do not think that you could be claustrophobic and fly on a Soyuz, because you've got three people rubbing elbows, your head's bent forward, you're bent at the waist, and your knees are bent. It's not uncomfortable. In fact, it's more comfortable than being in a shuttle in a chair on your back, which guess what? Because your feet are elevated and you're in that position for 2 hours before you launch, you desperately need to go to the bathroom before you launch. And so anyhow. And there we are in one of the other simulators there at Star City, and that's Volodya on the left and me there on the right. And it was a mock-up of Mir's base block. The core module or base block was the first module that went up there in 1986, I believe, and then the Cavant, about 2/3 the size of the core module, went up the next year. When I got to Mir, it was composed of 4 modules, the Cristal, the Cavant 2, the Cavant, and the core module. And each of those modules, I would say, except for the shorter Cavant module, had the internal volume. If you're familiar with school buses, I would say it was the internal volume probably. And that's what the base block, looking forward to the control section up here, where you see the computers and the computer input panel. And guess what? It had already been up there for 9 years when I got there, and it had accumulated a few things over the years. And not all of the accumulated items got thrown out, so there they are. And this was my kayuta. Kayuta, the Russian word kayuta means stateroom, except I think that's a little extravagant term to use, but it was comfortable. And you can see my sleeping bags actually on the wall according to the orientation of all the equipment in the base block, was literally standing up. But there's no gravity, so it worked out fine. And I could see some solar, did it again. I could see some solar arrays there, as you can see over there on my right side, and I could look out through that window. And I noticed that the solar batteries had gone down a little bit through the years because they were getting micrometeorites damaged through all of that whole period. Can everyone hear? Okay. There were 5 spacewalks performed, and this is Volodya. I know that because that red stripe is, and we use the same red stripe at NASA to identify the EV1. So our commander, Volodya, was the EV1, and Gennady Strykov, the flight engineer, was EV2, and he's not in the picture. What they're doing is we're folding that solar array, and I say we because I participated. I would issue the commands inside the Mir, and it would fold those arrays one at a time. And then Volodya and Gennady had to shake it till all those angles you see there, these angles were about the same, and we were told if they weren't about the same and you tried to fold another section, that you actually could jam the mechanism, and that would have had a bad effect. Why did they even have to fold this array in the first place? Well, they had to fold it and then move it to the Cavant module, because this is the very end out here of the Crystal module, and that is where the docking adapter is located, to which the Space Shuttle Atlantis has got to connect to bring us home. So we thought it was important that we get that thing, and it worked out fine, and they did move it. Although because we're now down a solar array, we had some pretty severe restrictions on use of electrical energy for a while. I lost quite a bit of weight at one point on the flight, and I did because we had a supplementary food supply that had a lot of good food in it, but there were things I couldn't eat in the regular food supply, like canned fish. I just couldn't. So my two Russian crewmates would give me all their asparagus, because we had about 50% American and about 50% of Russian space food, and I would give them all my canned fish because I couldn't eat the canned fish. But we had this real supplementary food supply that had a lot of good stuff in it, but we weren't supposed to eat it because we were supposed to record everything that we ate or drank with a barcode reader. All our food was barcoded, and none of the food in that supplementary supply was, and I didn't have any way to record it. When they finally recognized on the ground that I had lost something like 17 pounds, I think, the Russian doctors called a private medical conference, and they asked me what was going on, and I told them, and they said, well, from now on, you can eat anything on board but your crewmates. So that was my warning. But I couldn't do it because I was going to adhere strictly to the not eating anything that I couldn't record, and then I was accused of, well, you could have written it down on paper. They didn't understand the situation. What Gennady has here, he has written out the electrical connections that are going to have to be remade because that solar battery we saw has been moved, and he's doing it on a metal lid. Why? Because we didn't have any excess paper on board. There was nothing other than writing over directions on how to do an experiment or some critical thing, and I wasn't going to do that either. So now, I took this picture. I got no award for it, though. Anyhow, you see the shuttle Atlantis. Volodya put the Mir in free drift, meaning he turned off all of its propulsion systems and attitude control, and we're just drifting there, but we're not moving very much. It was really nicely stable. And Hoot, looking out those overhead windows, right there, he's looking out that overhead window, and he is flying the shuttle up to dock. So the whole thing was done by Hoot Gibson, the shuttle commander. I put this in because I couldn't resist. I was showing this picture to a group of school kids after I flew when it was a 35-millimeter slide. Later on, I put it on PowerPoint, as you see here. And I showed it, and this is the Mir toilet. And when I said that, one of these school kids in the classroom said, "What's it say on that piece of paper up here on the wall behind the toilet?" I didn't remember, and I'd been up there for almost 4 months, ever seeing a piece of paper on the wall over the Mir toilet. And I couldn't see what it said during the projection in the schoolroom classroom. When I got home, I projected it on the wall in my house and got as close and magnified it as much as I could. And it did have Russian on it, and what it said is, "De la Haroshaya Vremya Pozaniliana," and there was a phone number. For a good time, call Lena. And I realized immediately that it hadn't been put up there by the two Russians that came up, or my two Russians, because Russian cosmonauts are well educated, they don't make grammatical errors, and there was a grammatical error. The word for time in Russian is vremya, which ends in a reverse R, what looks like a, but it's pronounced ya. And there are all but two of the nouns in the Russian language that end in ya are feminine nouns. And the good, haroshaya, that they used is the feminine adjective, and it should have been haroshaya, the neuter adjective. No Russian was going to make that. So I knew that it was one of the 5 Americans that came up on the shuttle. Now, this picture was taken, that is the Soyuz that took Volodya and Gennady and me up to the station. but we weren't on it at this point. They undocked. The two Russians that came up to relieve us, they undocked our Soyuz and came out to take pictures of us undocking. So we took pictures of them taking pictures of us, and someone, and it could have been me, because you have all these cameras Velcroed to the windows, and I didn't have anything else to do but look out to the shuttle, and I may have taken it, but I doubt it. It's probably one of the other people up there. And that's what it looked like as we backed away. Oh, and not too long before the end of the mission, Volodya, my commander, came up to me and he said, you know, you've seen more up here than most cosmonauts ever see. And that was absolutely true, because about 3 weeks or so after we got there, a Progress resupply ship came up. And then they added a new module, the Spectre module, that came up after 3 or 4 months, 3 months or so. And then, of course, it was the first time ever that a space shuttle had ever docked with a Mir. So he was quite right. And this I love, because my very first flight, the 7th shuttle flight in June of '83, was supposed to be the first one to land at Kennedy Space Center. I am a native, born and bred Floridian, and I wanted to land in my own native state. But weather didn't cooperate. We went around the world 2 more times and wound up landing out at Edwards Air Force Base, which is what I did on my next 3 flights. On my final flight, we landed at Kennedy Space Center, so that was neat. Now, I'll give you some rundown, and I'm only going to go into the human effects. There were a number of them. This one here, you see the red at the bottom. My weight, and this was in October of '94, which would have been about 4 or 5 months before I flew. I weighed 162 pounds, and 5 days after I landed, I was down to 147.5. But then in October, which was about 3 months after coming back, I got my weight back up to 158 pounds, which, by the way, is about what I weighed before we launched. I got in real good shape over in Russia. Unlike NASA, which at the time provided, we had a really nice gym, but it was totally for your own private use. We didn't have any physical trainer at the time. So there were people in the office that in the whole 17 and a half years I was there, I never saw them in the gym. In fact, Neil Armstrong was once quoted as saying he only had so many heartbeats in a lifetime and he wasn't going to use them up in exercise. And I heard that out of his mouth. So, and then, of course, muscles are use it or lose it. You know that. And even though I was scheduled for 2 one-hour exercise sessions every day, one would be on a treadmill. There was 1 treadmill, 2 treadmills on board, and 1 exercise bicycle. That includes the prep time and then the cleanup afterwards. So I'm maybe getting an hour and a half of exercise a day. It was good exercise, but an hour and a half is not going to combat 22 and a half hours of weightlessness. So you're going to lose, and you see what happened here. My soleus gastrocnemius, they were about 18%, quite significant. When I came back, NASA, for the first time that I knew, maybe they did it back in the Skylab period when we did have the longer missions, but they hired one of the trainers from the Rice University football team to do my rehab. She showed me for the first time ever that you could sweat in a swimming pool, because as part of the rehab program. Now, this is bone densitometry, and this is one of the potential limiting factors on long-duration spaceflight, because you're going to lose 1 to 3% of the calcium phosphate, the bone material, from weight-bearing bones. And it turns out that Valery Polyakov, the doctor who was on board, who spent over 14 months on board, he lost about 12% from the head of the femur, and I did the same amount of loss in just 111 days a week, less than 4 months from the same location. So that meant I was a 3%er per month and he was a 1%er. But Valery was an incredible individual, and I could not believe, he really gave me a lot of encouragement when I came on board, because I figured if this man looks that good and is doing that well and his mental status is that good, I don't have anything to worry about up here. And this is the other potential limiting for long-duration space flight, like going to Mars, and that is radiation exposure. And NASA, I guess, must have changed it sometimes, but you can see that I think the latest one, maybe they've changed it since I did this, but put this together. But if you get, what, up to 25 rims, I think it is. Well, they say 60 rims there. I think it was just 25 when I was up there. Well, that's a proposed limit. Then you can't fly anymore. And that is the same limit, I think, that the OSHA, the Office of Safety and Health Administration, imposes on career radiation workers. When they get that, they can't work in that industry anymore. It is not a severe threat based on that limit because it only is a 3% increase in the chance of developing a cancer as a result of the radiation exposure. But I've been told, and no one's done it, so I can say for sure it's been proved, but that certain solar activity can give astronauts on the way to Mars a fatal dose in a very short period of time, unless they've got some safe haven they can duck into on the way. And this is what they say for Mars. Listen, you can get in excess of 1,000 millisieverts, which is 100 rims. And that would be higher than that 3% increase. It would be significantly more than a 3% increase in the chance of getting a probability of getting a fatal carcinoma. And we probably have, I don't know that we need to go all this. I will say that the proposed standard, and maybe they enacted it, they changed it because the old standard limitation would have favored older males over females because older people are going to have less chance of being killed because they're going to die of other causes before the radiation kills them. And they were proposing to change the allowable dosage so that it would be the same for a 35-year-old woman as for an older astronaut. Male astronaut. And I think that's it. So thank you, folks.
Thank you, Norm. So unfortunately, we got a very tight schedule. We got started late, so we're going to forego questions so that we can get everything in. So the next person I would like to invite up to the stage is Alexander Alexandrov. Now, Norm talked about shuttle mirror, and we can talk more about that during the ISS. But I just wanted to introduce Alexander to talk about the Apollo-Soyuz program. And Alexander, please come up. And you have 30 minutes, sir, because we got to keep going. He was selected to be a cosmonaut in 1978. He flew Soyuz T9 to Salyut space station and Soyuz TM3 to the Mir space station. And I also will say that Sasha это мой хороший друг. Alexander Alexandrov.
Boa tarde, добрый день, good afternoon, dear friends. My report about test flight Apollo-Soyuz. Это история, которая была написана 50 лет назад. Разрешите вернуться немного назад, чтобы то, о чем говорил Норман, это последствия нашей кооперации еще 50 лет назад. Если бы не было Аполло, неизвестно, смогли бы мы все сделать для первой фазы АСС. И я начинаю. Инициатором совместного полета космических кораблей «Союз» и «Аполло» была национальная администрация, аэрокосмическая администрация НАСА. И главной причиной тогда некоторые специалисты считали, что это вопрос, связанный не с реваншем за спутник, который полетел в 1957 году 1957 году и Гагарин в 1961 году, потому что Америка взяла реванш в июле 1969 года с первого и дальнейших прилунений Аполло и Орла. И вот вопрос состоял в том, что финансирование, как у всех стран, так и в НАСА, хромало в том, что в дальнейшем оно падало. И оно сократилось с 5,2 миллиардов долларов в 1965 году до 3,3 миллиардов долларов к 1971 году. В 1970 году НАСА было объявлено, что в целях экономии средств отменяются 2 лунные экспедиции на кораблях «Аполлон». Производство ракет-носителей «Сатурн» было прекращено. С 1974 года намечается мертвый сезон, тихий сезон полетов космических аппаратов в Соединенных Штатах. Аполло и Скайлэб уже сделали свою работу, и Space Shuttle еще не начал даже строиться, и не был утвержден проект ни президентом, ни Конгрессом. Среди множества предлагаемых проектов появились такие идеи, чтобы пойти на мировую с Советами, с СССР. И, учитывая, что в конце 60-х годов прошлого века обозначилось некоторое потепление или ослабление напряженности военно-политического характера между странами, это было реально. В январе 1970 года началась активная переписка между директором НАСА доктором Томасом Пейном и президентом Академии наук СССР академиком Келдышем. Доктор Пейн предлагал в письмах академику Келдышу провести совместный космический полет со стыковкой американского и советского пилотируемых космических кораблей. Эта переписка имела успех. Предложение было поддержано советской стороной. Главная цель проекта – это экспериментальная отработка совместимости космических аппаратов, разработанных независимо друг от друга в разных странах. Первая встреча американских и советских специалистов прошла в Москве в октябре 1970 года. Руководителем делегации от СССР был председатель Совета Интеркосмос академик Борис Петров, от Соединенных Штатов директор Центра пилотируемых полетов НАСА, а позже это центр КЦД, центр имени Линдона Джонсона, Роберт Гилрут. На этой встрече, в частности, было принято решение разработки нового американо-советского стыковочного агрегата и системы сближения и стыковки. В основу американских предложений были положены рекомендации и отчеты фирмы North American Rockwell по контракту НАСА об изучении проблем стыковки американского корабля и советской станции «Салют». В отчете утверждалось, что эксперимент по стыковке возможно провести уже в 1974 году. Для гибкой подготовки эксперимент этого полета рекомендовалось провести в июне 1975 года. Надо было разработать стыковочный отсек для Аполлона, как шлюзовую камеру со стыковочным узлом для проведения перехода космонавтов и астронавтов для решения проблем разности атмосфер кораблей «Аполло» и «Союз». Как объявил директор НАСА, назначенный с апреля того же года доктор Джеймс Флетчер, у нас оставались 2 ракетоносителя «Сатурн-5», 4 ракеты-носителя «Сатурн-1Б», 2 командно-служебных модуля корабля «Аполло» серии H, 2 командно-служебных модуля корабля «Аполло» серии J, 2 лунных модуля корабля «Аполло». В это время в СССР в работе в разных степенях готовности было 2 корабля для полетов на околоземных орбитах. Это «Союз-7КТ» и «Союз-7КС». 7КТ – тот, на котором Комаров летал. Новой модификацией 7КС был с центральным вычислительным блоком на борту, то есть ЦВМ. Также долговременная орбитальная станция «Салют». Для доставки на орбиту Земли станция «Салют» использовалась для запуска ракета-носитель «Протон-К». Вводилась в эксплуатацию модифицированная ракета «Союз-Y» большей грузоподъемности с улучшенной системой аварийного спасения корабля и экипажа. Вариант совместного полета космического корабля «Аполлон» и орбитальной станции обсуждался на встрече рабочих групп в июле 1971 года в Хьюстоне. На этой встрече техническим директором этого проекта совместных средств сближения и стыковки были назначены с советской стороны член-корреспондент Академии наук Бушуев, заместитель главного конструктора пилотируемых систем в СССР, и с американской стороны доктор Глин Ланни. По системам управления кораблей и средств слежения были назначены Легостаев, Читем, Смит, по стыковочному узлу Сыромятников, Уайт, а также первая группа, самая основательная, по проектным техническим решениям, баллистическому обеспечению и научным экспериментам взаимодействия центров управления МСС Темченко и Франк. Решающей по своему значению была встреча специалистов 2 стран, организованная в апреле 1972 года в Москве. Глава советской делегации, исполняющий обязанности президента Академии наук Котельников, принимал делегацию специалистов НАСА. Во главе заместителем директора НАСА доктором Джоном Лоу. Встреча проходила в преддверии визита президента Соединенных Штатов Ричарда Никсона. По результатам встречи была принята хорошо совместимая пара андрогенных периферийных агрегатов стыковки на основе предложенной советской стороной трехлепестковой кольцевой конструкции. Сторонами был подписан итоговый документ по вопросу создания совместимых станций кораблей и станций СССР и США. Указанный документ лег в основу междугосударственного соглашения о совместном полете, подписанного 24 мая 1972 года в Москве председателем правительства Алексеем Косыгиным и президентом Соединенных Штатов Ричардом Никсоном во время его визита в Москву в присутствии Леонида Брежнева. После проведения специалистами тщательного анализа технических возможностей имеющихся космических кораблей для использования в советском и американском эксперименте в полете, каждая из сторон представил свои предложения. Американская сторона – космический аппарат «Аполлон» с оснащенным шлюзовой камерой со стыковочным узлом. Советская сторона – доработанный орбитальный корабль «Союз», оснащенный стыковочным узлом АПАС или АСТП. Вариант полета станции «Салют» был отклонен нашей советской стороной, поскольку были 2 причины серьезные. Для осуществления совместного космического полета корабля «Аполло» с орбитальной станцией «Салют» с советской стороне пришлось бы осуществить 2 запуска станции «Салют». Сначала с ее запуском, затем корабля «Союз» с экипажем на борту. И только потом стыковаться. Станцию «Салют» пришлось бы дорабатывать достаточно серьезно, где располагается маршевая двигательная установка, установить стыковочный узел. Такое изменение конструкции возможно, но потребует много времени и перепроектирования станции. В июле 1972 года в Хьюстоне, где прошла встреча специалистов по проекту «Аполло-Союз», было принято окончательное решение об очередности запусков космических кораблей «Союз» и «Аполлон». С целью повышения надежности и уменьшения риска советская сторона взяла на себя обязательство изготовить второй резервный корабль «Союз», который можно было бы запустить не позднее, чем через 7 суток после запуска первого, если будут какие-то проблемы. Или аварийные ситуации с первым кораблем «Союз». Было согласовано, что космический корабль «Аполло» логичнее запустить вторым, поскольку стартовые окна для него больше, чем для корабля «Союз», и из-за больших энергетических возможностей, которым обладал, естественно, Сатурн-1Б и Аполло. На корабле «Аполлон» устанавливаются активная радио и оптическая система поиска, обнаружения, наведения и пассивный корабль, роль которого выполнял «Союз». Для реализации процесса сближения и причаливания использовалась эта аппаратура и на «Союзе». На корабле «Союз» размещаются приборы систем наведения для обеспечения взаимной ориентации кораблей в процессе поиска и стыковки. Было согласовано план перехода экипажей кораблей, состоящий из 6 переходов, по 3 перехода в каждом направлении. Стороны согласились проработать возможность изменения давления атмосферы на своих кораблях. В частности, на «Аполло» была атмосфера чисто кислородная, на «Союзе» была атмосфера земная. Снизить давление в «Союзе» с 1 атмосферы до 0,7 атмосферы земной и увеличить давление в «Аполло» на 15-20% того, что было от номинала 100%. Такое решение позволило снизить время десатурации членов экипажа, которые переходили из одного корабля в другой, с 2 часов до 25 минут. Для согласования всех технических вопросов, влияющих на совместимость космических аппаратов, в представленных операциях встречи были утверждены составы дополнительных созданных рабочих групп по совместимости систем обеспечения жизнедеятельности и газовой среды в космических кораблях при взаимодействии экипажей после осуществления стыковки и перехода на орбите Земли. По совместимости систем приемопередающей аппаратуры для связи с экипажем, с центрами управления полетом, а также при переходах из корабля в корабль. По организации и подготовке экипажей и отработке операций программы полета в национальных центрах, которые вели подготовку к июлю 1975 года. На очередной встрече рабочих групп специалистов в октябре 1972 года в Москве, кроме других достигнутых договоренностей, была утверждена дата начала реализации проекта как дата 15 июля 1975 года. Одной из главных задач, которую необходимо было решить специалистам двух стран, это добиться технической совместимости двух совершенно разных космических аппаратов, их бортовых систем и оборудования, а также средств, обеспечивающих их полет. Взаимодействовать, выполнять те или иные задачи, и целями совместных полетов могут быть спасение экипажа с помощью прилета корабля, оснащенного универсальным стыковочным агрегатом другой страны, доставка срочных грузов на космические аппараты или станцию с применением полета корабля другой страны, также реализация международного проекта с участием различных государств, создающих космическую технику, совместимую при сборке космических конструкций общими усилиями. В проекте совместного полета «Аполло-Союз» были разработаны и реализованы минимальные требования по совместимости технических систем двух стран. Для достижения большей степени совместимости бортовых систем космических кораблей «Союз» Союза. Советская сторона предложила разработать новую модификацию корабля «Союз-М». И тогда требовались доработки. Это большой список, я буду сокращать его, потому что это технические детали, которые, может быть, не очень понятны будут с их долгим объяснением. Это нужно было поставить действительно на ракету-носитель нагрузку до 7 тонн, до 7 тысяч килограмм. И новый носитель «Союз-Y» это смог сделать, он применялся. Это было первое изменение. Для обеспечения стыковки корабля «Аполло» и «Союз-М» были разработаны андрогинные периферийные агрегаты. Каждая из сторон проводила разработку агрегатов самостоятельно, но с согласованными параметрами, чертежами. И потом проводили совместные испытания. Длительность полета «Союза» была менее 7 суток, поэтому пришлось делать все мероприятия, связанные с тем, чтобы увеличить энерговооруженность «Союза» и запасы как кислородных, так и поглощающих СО2, углекислоту, патронов. С целью уменьшения уровня радиоизлучений и уменьшения количества используемых частот радиоканалов, улучшение других характеристик приемной и передающей бортовой аппаратуры, телеметрическая система и командная радиолиния на «Союзе» были заменены на цифровые системы. Для обеспечения межбортовых переговоров экипажей в составе корабля «Союз-М» была введена новая радиосистема «Ветка», по-русски «Ветка». В телевизионной системе «Кречет» в целях улучшения качества бортовых телепередач организуется канал изображения с цветной телекамеры. Пятое. Применение атмосферы с повышенным содержанием кислорода в отсеках корабля потребовало разработки системы специальных противопожарных мер. На борту «Союз-М» установили пенные огнетушители впервые. Состав специально разработанной пены позволял экипажу дышать при нахождении пены в отсеках. Полетные костюмы экипажа изготавливались из специальной неэлектризующейся, негорючей ткани. Шестое. Ввиду большого количества изменений, внесенных в бортовые системы космического корабля «Союз», было принято решение выпустить на модернизированный корабль полный комплект чертежей, как для нового корабля «Союз-М». И объем работ по модернизации корабля «Союз» по сравнению со стоимостью его первоначальной разработки составил 35-40%. Экспериментальная отработка корабля «Союз-М» включала летные испытания двух кораблей в беспилотном режиме и одного в пилотируемом. Для этого были заказаны 6 кораблей «Союз-М». К 1974 году были проведены испытательные полеты беспилотных кораблей, а третий в декабре 1974 года был испытан экипажем Филипченко и Рукавишников в полете, и он показал хорошие результаты. Четвертый корабль был определен как основной для выполнения совместного полета. Пятый корабль являлся резервным, он стоял на старте. Он был подготовлен к немедленному старту при невозможности использования основного корабля или его ракеты. Резервный корабль был подготовлен к полету и установлен вместе с ракетой-носителем на резервной стартовой площадке космодрома Байконур. Впоследствии он был использован для полета к станции «Салют» по своей программе. Шестой был впоследствии использован для выполнения автономного орбитального пилотируемого полета по научной программе как автономный полет. В процессе подготовки и проведения испытательных полетов кораблей «Союз-М» модернизировался и наземный комплекс управления. Наземные измерительные пункты были дооснащены средствами связи для работы с бортовыми радиокомплексами корабля «Союз-М». В 1974 году был введен в строй Московский центр управления полетами ЦУП-М, МСС-М. Для обеспечения взаимодействия советского центра Москва и американского центра управления в Хьюстоне была разработана схема связи, включающая необходимое количество различных каналов связи между центрами для повышения надежности и безопасности полета. Были созданы консультативные группы, которые были направлены советские в Хьюстон, американские в Москву. И this is new MCC Center. Yeah. Американская сторона первой в январе 1973 года объявила составы экипажей по программе «Аполло-Союз». Основной экипаж – Стаффорд, Брандт, Слейтон. Дублирующий экипаж – Бин, Эванс, Лусма. Экипажи поддержки – Бабкок, Криппен, Овермайер. В мае 1973 года через Академию наук были объявлены советские экипажи для участия в программе «Аполло-Союз». Первый экипаж – Леонов, Кубасов. Второй экипаж – Анатолий Филипченко, Николай Рукавишников, которые испытали уже этот корабль. Третий – Владимир Женебеков, Борис Андреев. Четвертый – Юрий Романенко, Александр Иванченков. Stand up, please. Wake up. Александр Иванченков, participant of the project «Союз Аполло». Всего с мая 1972 года по июнь 1975 года состоялось более 20 совместных встреч советских и американских специалистов, 11 совместных испытаний, 6 совместных тренировок экипажей и 6 тренировок персоналов ЦУПа, Центров управления полетом. Было подготовлено более 1600 документов объемом от нескольких десятков до нескольких тысяч страниц. Кроме бортовых инструкций, экипажей кораблей, написанных на языках стран по принадлежности космических кораблей, оба экипажа были снабжены инструкциями по совместной деятельности в кораблях «Аполло» и корабле «Союз-М» на английском и русском языках. В процессе совместной деятельности экипажи вели переговоры между собой, каждый на языке партнера. 22 мая 1975 года в Москве в Академии наук под председательством академика Котельникова с участием делегации НАСА под руководством заместителя директора Джона Лоу состоялось совместное заседание по рассмотрению отчета директоров проекта «Аполло-Союз» о готовности к полету. Был подписан итоговый документ. 15 июля 1975 года с космодромом Байконур стартовала ракета-носитель «Союз-Y» с космическим кораблем «Союз-М», получивший регистрационный номер «Союз-19». Через 7,5 часов с мыса Канаверал на орбите Земли был выведен космический корабль «Аполло». Символичным стал момент стыковки кораблей «Аполло» и «Союз» 19-17 июля над рекой Эльба, над Германией, где в 1945 году встретились американские и советские войска для окончательного разгрома фашистских германских войск во время Второй мировой войны 1939-1945 годов. Программа совместного полета была полностью выполнена. После расстыковки кораблей «Аполлон» и «Союз-19» 1-21 июля 1975 года совершил посадку в казахстанской степи экипаж космического корабля «Союз-19». Экипаж «Аполлона» приводнился в океане 25 июля 1975 года. Итоги выполненного проекта «Аполло-Союз» говорят о том, что это был успешный выход на новые уровни сотрудничества. Союз имеет, кроме политического, «Аполло» и «Союз», это имеет, кроме политического, Большое научно-техническое значение. Полет подтвердил правильность технических решений по обеспечению совместимых средств сближения и стыковки будущих пилотируемых кораблей и станций, а также обоснованность принципов взаимодействия наземных служб СССР и
as the validity of the principles of cooperation between the group services of the USSR and USA and flight control from the two centers located in different continents. Invaluable experience was gained in the cooperation between the two centers in ensuring joint flight control of spacecraft from different countries. APDS docking units developed in USSR and USA. They operated flawlessly in a mods fully meeting the expectations of Soviet and American designers. Based on the Apollo and Soyuz docking units, spacefaring countries have now developed an international standard for docking units for manned spacecraft. This standard is open to all countries worldwide. Docking unit developed according to this standard between installed on the International Space Station. We became participants of the witnesses of how, on the basis of the technologies of organizing joint work carried out in Apollo-Soyuz project, larger scale project were carried out. Mir shuttle, Mir NASA, 1993-1998, as well as the USS project, which is being implemented today, in which Russia and the USA, European countries, Canada, and Japan are participating. Apollo astronaut Thomas Stafford, commanded on the crew, wittily remarked after the flight, "This flight showed the world, that is the Soviet Union and America, can cooperate in space. This can cooperate on Earth." Now I want to say that 50 years of this project, we celebrated in Russia, in Moscow. And my friend Robert Cabana was presented in the Museum of Space on the conference dedicated to that flight. We also conducted one meeting in the headquarters office in Moscow. And Energia made a memorable medal that today I want to give to Benz Brandt, because he's one of the remaining, unfortunately, alive astronauts that participated in this flight. And to my friend, Robert Cabana, this is the medal made by those people that made spacecraft ships for the Apollo. Большое спасибо.
Thank you.
Alexander Willett-Lichna, excellent talk. When I think about Apollo-Soyuz, 1975, the middle of the Cold War, and what we were able to accomplish working together, and the birth of ASE coming out of that, I can't believe that there isn't anything that we can't do if we take time to work together. And the one thing I've learned traveling all over the world and flying in space is that we are all much more alike than we are different. We just need to look for that sameness in one another and have common goals, and we can accomplish anything. All right, we're back on time, pretty much. We're just a little late. I'm going to give everybody a 10-minute break, okay? 10 minutes. If nothing else, stand up and stretch. We're going to get some chairs up here. And I think we've got two excellent panel discussions. We've covered Shuttle Mir, 1970, or Apollo Soyuz, 1975, Shuttle Mir, 1994 to 98. Our next is going to cover the International Space Station from 1998 to present. So please come back. Thank you. And may I have my panelists, please? Julie Payette. Bistri.
Я опоздал. Dankeschön.
Got mics to pass.
Thank you.
All right. So let's talk about the International Space Station. I want to introduce this panel that we have up here. We've got a lot of experience. So 1998 was a long time ago. 2000, 25 years ago, permanent human presence in space. That's absolutely amazing. So with me today, we have Julie Payette, Canadian Group 2 astronaut in 1992, NASA Group 16 in 1996, flew on STS-96, STS-127 that delivered the GEM, and that flight also had a record 13 people on board and had all ISS partners represented. That was pretty cool when you're up there on station. We have Drew Feustel. Drew was selected to be an astronaut in 2000. He flew STS-125, the Hubble repair mission in 2009, STS-134, Expedition 5556, Soyuz MS-08 in 2018, and did 9 EVAs. We have Jim Voss, selected to be an astronaut in 1987, flew on STS-44, 53 with me, that was a great flight, 69, 101, Expedition 2, and he was the backup for both Mike Foale and Andy Thomas during the Shuttle Mir program before he was on the second increment on the International Space Station. Yuri Usachov, selected to be an astronaut in 1989, flew Mir EO-15 in 1994, Mir EO-21 in 1996, STS-101 in 2000, and Expedition 2 in 2001, and did 6 spacewalks on Mir. 7, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut, but yeah. And finally, Andre Coopers. We all know Andre. Andre was selected in 1998. He did the Delta mission to ISS on Soyuz TMA-4 in 2004, and Expedition 3031 in 2011, and was kind enough to host us last year in the Netherlands. So thank you all for being here with me today. All right, so I have a whole list of questions, and hopefully we'll have time to take some questions for the audience. But I'm going to start at that end. I'm going to start with you, Andre. And my question for you is, having hosted this in the Netherlands last year and knowing what all goes into this, but the importance of our organization, how do you see the importance of ASE?
Well, I see many things. First of all, how it started. In the Cold War with Soviet cosmonauts and Apollo astronauts. That's a very important thing, to be above the politics, to all work together for the benefit of the planet. And a very important part of the ASE is the outreach. I think that's very important to show young people, all people actually, how important and how beneficial spaceflight is. We all work there for the benefit of the planet. So I think that are the 2 most important things for me. And of course, there are this international cooperation that is very rewarding, I must say. Talking with all these different disciplines. Also, all continents are here now, for example. That's a very nice one. So it's really an organization for the whole planet, and doing the best for the planet above all politics. That's important for me.
All right, and what was your most memorable thing from being on the International Space Station? If you had one thing, you can only give one thing that you found was absolutely amazing that you remember.
Oh, that's difficult. There's a lot of things. But continuing on this international cooperation, I was honored to bird the first cargo Dragon to the station. And when I was doing that, I realized that here I am, I'm a Dutch astronaut of a European space agency, working with the Canadian robotic arm to bring an American commercial spacecraft to an international space station. I thought, it's beautiful how all these technologies and all these nationalities come together. I think that was absolutely a highlight. Also, yeah, to express this international cooperation. I love that. Beautiful.
Absolutely. So, Yuri, you and Jim flew together on the second increment to the International Space Station along with Susan Helms. And I wonder, is there one story that you want to tell me about Jim that he hasn't told me that you can embarrass him?
No, Jim, no. Только одну историю, да, Джим? Я по-русски... У нас есть перевод, да? Чтобы, может быть, понятнее было. У нас была
такая процедура, которая называлась перестыковка. Когда надо было сесть в Союз, Джиму, Сьюзан и мне, вручную отстыковаться, облететь станцию и освободить стыковочный узел для следующих миссий. И я был командир, я должен был управлять Союзом, и я очень тщательно подошел к тренировкам. Вы знаете, мы должны это делать в скафандре на случай разгерметизации, на случай неожиданного возвращения. И я очень много примерялся в Союзе и понял, что в скафандре это будет сделать или очень сложно, или невозможно. Я принял для себя решение, что я буду делать это перестыковку без скафандра. В нарушение, конечно, всех правил. И мы собрались однажды у стола вечером, и я сказал, нам предстоит перестыковка. Я принял решение, что я буду делать это без скафандра. Сьюзан, ты будешь это делать в скафандре. Если что-то случится, кто-то должен вернуться. Сказал Джиму, а ты реши, как ты хочешь сам. Друзья мои, он ни секунды не задумываясь сказал, командир, я как ты. Представляете, он видел, что я примерялся, видел, что я принимаю решение очень небезопасное, и он, желая разделить со мной вот эту ответственность, тоже перестыковывался без скафандра. И мне кажется, это может быть самый главный опыт, который мы привозим из МКС. Потому что железо – это все хорошо, это важно, какой твой дом, но гораздо важнее люди, которые там работают. И этот случай, я часто его вспоминаю и рассказываю на встречах, потому что это очень хороший показатель, как близко могут сойтись люди, которые несут ответственность, выполняют что-то очень важное. И с тех пор, мы когда переписываемся по почте с Джимом, мы всегда пишем в конце «Твой космический брат». Может быть, это самый главный результат, который мы привозим со станции. Извините, что так долго.
So, Jim, would you like to respond to that?
Can I add to it a
You,
little
you
bit?
may add to that.
Yuri started in the middle of the story. The story actually started the day before when we had to sleep shift. That's when you don't go to bed for a very long time or you go to bed really early. The Russians have a very different way of sleep shifting than we would do in the United States. And they said, just go to bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and sleep, and then wake up and do all the things you have to do for the undocking, because they wanted to be over a Russian ground station while we were doing some of the procedures. So we couldn't go to sleep at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so we just stayed up until a normal bedtime, and we slept maybe for an hour, maybe not even that much. And then we got up, we did all the things for the rest of the night to prepare the space station for us to leave it and hopefully to come back to it. So we were exhausted, and we were about to do one of the most dangerous things that we had to do, fly a spaceship away from the station and then dock with it again. And we trusted Yuri would be able to do it, but we were very tired. The last step before we got in the Soyuz, we were sitting, waiting to close the last hatch, and we were waiting for the Russian control center, the SOOP, to call us and say, close the hatch, get in the Soyuz, and do your job. We were floating in a little space waiting for this call, and the next thing I knew, I woke up. We had all fallen asleep. We were so tired that we just fell asleep. But then we got in the Soyuz. Yuri was wonderful. He controlled the spacecraft, very difficult task that he had to do, and the lighting was very poor for this task. But he was able to undock, redock. Everything was wonderful, but we said, we'll never do that again. If you want us to do a peristalkovki, it'll be when we're well rested.
Drew.
Bob.
You've been to Hubble, you've been to the International Space Station, you've done 9 spacewalks. Tell us about the difference between like a spacewalk on Hubble or a spacewalk on ISS. What are your thoughts?
Great. And first thing I want to say is I don't know who the imposter is on the wall back here, but if anybody sees him, tell him he's using my name. That was a long time ago. All those flights are different, obviously. I don't want to talk about Hubble too much to offend those who haven't been there. I don't want to make people feel bad about that, but the inside joke, I guess, for the flyers. They're all very different flights. Hubble was exceptional. You know, what was unique about Hubble was that the rate at which we did the spacewalks, it was 5 spacewalks, 5 days in a row, back to back, so we had very little break in between those. Fortunately, I think we trained at about a 12-to-1 ratio in the pool versus the time we spent on orbit with those spacewalks. So that was kind of breakneck speed. Second flight on 134, the last flight of Endeavour, was a visit to the ISS. So that was the first time I got to see the International Space Station. And we did several spacewalks, 4, I think, on that mission as well. The difference was the pace was much slower. We had 16 days and on orbit, and the EVAs were spread out over multiple days, so we had time in between, several more days. And then visiting ISS again in 2018 was my first opportunity to actually live in space. The other times I felt like I was just working in space, and as those who know flown to ISS on a shuttle flight, you're pretty busy. I mean, we've all been there, and it's, or many of us have been there. You're very focused, you're very task-oriented. ISS is similar, you have a lot of work to do, but it's obviously spread out over much longer periods. So that was the first time I felt that I had a chance to live in space, and we had 3 spacewalks sprinkled in over 6.5 months, which was a much more relaxed pace when it came to those activities. But all very unique and different. I'm fortunate to have had those different experiences, but Hubble was special in its own right, mostly because a lot of it was a blur because of how much we had to get done in the short time that we had.
Excellent. Julie, so in 1998, we had the node attached to the orbiter docking station. We rendezvoused with the FGB and grabbed it with the arm, and then we put everything together and left. You were on the first mission to actually dock with what was then the berth of the International Space Station and outfit it for the crew that was to be coming up. Tell us about that flight, about outfitting the ISS, getting it ready.
So we saw a picture of the docking system earlier. Norm talked about it and Sasha talked about it. It's this place where the 2 spacecraft get together. And that was made by a Russian engineer designer. His name was Vladimir Sirometnikov. And we actually went to Russia to train on this. And we all coming into the training session, and there's lots of people, and both our crews were there. Bob was on the first flight to put the first 2 modules together. We were the first crew to came right after to dock manually with the space station, and then you guys came in a couple of years later. So we're there training, and just in the very, I think, American fashion. My commander, Kent Rominger, was asking a lot of a question of what if? What if the hooks don't work? What if the pedals break? What if the seal is not good? And then we heard a door slam. And then there's this guy, and I don't think he's 5 foot tall. Yeah, he's just really short guy, and he's got a lab coat on. It's Vladimir Sirometnikov, and he is purple. He is so angry. He's got his finger in the air, and he says to Ken Rominger, he says, "Nikada nie работает. Nikada nie." Double negative, as you know, is a positive. So he was just like, it never doesn't work. And 37 shuttle flights to ISS, 9 flights to Mir, and still to this day being used by visiting spacecraft. That docking system has never failed. Bravo, Vladimir.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool, getting trained on it by the guy that actually designed it. And he gave me a book, Docking in Space, that he wrote. And I thought that, and signed it. And I treasure it. He has since passed away, but to take that Apollo-Soyuz design and then adapt it, pretty darn cool and very reliable. If you look inside the shuttle, now you can go in mock-ups and stuff of it, and there's one panel that's different from all the other panels, and I asked people, do you know why that is? And they have no clue. I said, that's because that was designed and built by the Russians and not by the United States. All the controls for the docking system. Jim, so shuttle mirror, ISS, and I have to say, Jim is a real trooper. When I was chief of the astronaut office, folks did not want to go to Russia to train. It was arduous. It was long. You had to learn Russian. We were flying 7 to 9 shuttle flights a year, and everybody wanted to fly on shuttle. They didn't necessarily want to put that effort in. And Jim backed up Mike Foale and Andy Thomas on Mir. He was a backup again, and then prime crew for the second increment. And Jim, I want to thank you for that. But from all that experience, what do you see as the difference between the shuttle and Mir? What did you take away from all that? What did you learn?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure that I volunteered. It was more of a doing my duty for the Marine Colonel, head of the office, and standing at attention in front of him when he said he really needed me to go. Well, but I also didn't know what a wonderful, wonderful life experience it would be to go and live and work in Russia and get to know my Russian friends so well. It was worth it. And thank you, Bob, for sending me to Russia. And I actually got there on my birthday, so I considered it a birthday present from Bob. But your question about the 3 different programs, they were all wonderful, wonderful programs. The space shuttle was technically very complex and very capable. It could do so many different things. It could carry so much to orbit. We could do so much work in science on board. We could repair satellites. There were so many capabilities. Very special technical program. The shuttle Mir program, on the other hand, was a learning experience for us. We were trying to learn more about space stations, how to work there, how to live there, how to do better at rendezvousing with a spacecraft like that. And it was a learning experience from an international cooperation perspective because there was a lot of distrust between the Russians and the US at first. We were stealing their technology, they were stealing our technology. In fact, when I first went over there, I made some friends, and they told me later they thought I was a spy because I'd been an intelligence officer for a while in the Army, and that was in my bio, and so they thought I was intelligent, so I was a spy, and that's why I was there. But it was a great learning experience for us. Then the International Space Station, we applied a lot of the lessons that we learned there, and we, I think, really cooperated, and we still are to this day. Despite differences politically, we're still cooperating extremely well as space agencies, and we're doing remarkable, wonderful things in space working together. And we still have close friendships among the people who are working together, and I hope that maybe some of that will still rub off up higher up. And if people, if our politicians would hear what Julie has to say about cooperation and getting along together and working together, I think that maybe they would listen a little bit and do better. But all 3 were great programs, but I think for a little bit different reasons.
Yeah, I always said if we could take our world leaders and just put them up on the space station together and lock them up there for 6 months, they have to figure out how to work together and get along, right?
Боб, извини, я хотел добавить просто, может быть, не все знают, что мы с Джимом вместе служили в Германии. Я служил срочную службу как солдат, а Джим в это время служил с другой стороны границы как офицер. Поэтому наша история началась очень давно.
So, shuttle missions, short duration missions, assembly missions were very different from a long duration mission. On a shuttle mission, on an assembly mission, you had no free time at all. They gave you more than you could do, and no astronaut wants to leave anything undone, so you worked really long hours to make sure you accomplished everything. And there wasn't a lot of time for fun. But we still figured out ways to have fun. But on a long duration mission, for long duration flyers, I'm going to ask you, what do you do for entertainment? When you're up there for 6 months to a year, what was the most fun thing that you did? What did you do for entertainment? Drew?
We played tennis in space. I don't know if anybody saw the pictures from it, but it's really hard to play tennis in space, it turns out, because you can't play it like you play it on Earth. But that's what we did. We actually cleared out Node 2. I found some netting that was used in the front of one of the SIR rack or one of the furnace racks or something, and stretched it across node 2. And then we had these little micro-sized tennis rackets that Indy had worked to send up. And so we played tennis, and it was totally unsuccessful in the sense that it's just, imagine smacking a ball around with some ping pong paddles. But anyways, we did it and then played tennis. It was kind of fun.
Julie, what did you do on your flight?
Well,
Short duration.
Both my flights were short duration. The second mission, and not to brag, Drew, but we had 5 EVAs in 16 days, and I happened to have 3 of my crew members here in this room. Commander Mark Polanski for STS-127, spacewalker Tom Marshburn, somewhere, and Koichi Wakata, who was on board the space station for a long-duration flight. I don't know if you remember, is Tom in the room? Tom, do you remember we would go into the Japanese module? We played tricks with orientation. We would fly into the Japanese module, and it had a small storage compartment on top of it, and you could fly in, and if you're on the ground, you would go up. But we'd go up, we'd sit upside down in there, and then tell our brain that we were the right side up. And it's actually quite fun. You come into somewhere, and you think this is up, down, left, right, but you tell your brain to actually switch, and you go upside down, and that becomes your new orientation, and it's actually quite a fun. I'm not sure I explained this well.
So what she's saying is, we train in simulators in a 1G environment, and you get used to the floor being the floor and the ceiling's the ceiling. Like on the shuttle flight deck, the floor is the floor and the windows are at the top. But a real space flyer, it's shifting your frame of reference. If you can immediately shift your frame of reference no matter which module you're in and make whatever you want to be the floor, the ceiling, or the wall, then you've truly adapted to being in place. In fact, it was Jim that taught me this on our second flight. We were flying minus ZLV, so the windows are pointed at the Earth, the overhead windows, so you look up and see the Earth. But if you sit on the ceiling and you make the windows the floor like you're in a glass-bottom boat and it actually feels like it's the floor, then you've actually been able to shift to that frame of reference of a space flyer. Jim, what'd you do for fun on flight?
Oh, there were a lot of things. That was one of the things. Remember, we thought the airlock hatch was like a hot tub, and we all sat around, and it's on the wall, so it was kind of entertaining. We played sports some also. Sports seems to be something that you try to do because the space environment is so different, the microgravity and floating. I taught Yuri how to play baseball. We had a big, long flashlight and a tennis ball we were supposed to squeeze for exercise, and we played baseball, and I would throw the ball for him, and he would hit it. We were in the FGB, so a long hallway, and then he pitched to me, and I'm the baseball player. I've played all my life. I couldn't hit it at all because I expected the ball to drop, and it went perfectly straight. And he struck me out every time. And we played volleyball with a globe, a plastic globe that we had of the Earth. And I really liked playing volleyball because at my height, I could still be a spiker to spike the ball.
Yuri, what'd you do for entertainment on your flight?
Когда мы летали с Валерием Поляковым вместе, и у нас было примерно полдня свободного времени, Валерий придумал, мы взяли панель из-под контейнера пищи, она зеленая, как поле, сделали из ремешка ворота, брали каплю большую, помещали над этим полем, а потом дули, чтобы загнать в ворота с двух сторон. Это очень хорошая тренировка для легких была. Капля эта разлеталась, это было очень весело. Мы тренировались, командир Афанасьев сказал, что вы делаете, вы сейчас станцию мне испортите. Это было очень весело. И надо, наверное, патентовать такие работы, потому что есть игры, которые возможны только в невесомости.
Andre.
Well, a lot of things like sports as well, but what I liked very much were the Friday evenings, the movie night. And it was always comedies. And I never laughed so much in my life as during these evenings with tears in my eyes. That was one very nice one. And I flew together with Don Pettit, and he had his Saturday Science, and that was fun. I remember that this experiment that he had a little speaker with a water droplet on top of that, and then you could see the bead in all kind of geometrical shapes in the water. That was how great entertainment, I must say.
Don Pettit's my hero. Don landed from the space station on his 70th birthday, and John Glenn was 77 when he flew. I'm still holding out hope. I figure flying the first assembly mission, I ought to get to fly the last one and bookend it. So that's that's what I want to do. All of us who are flyers, we've had a unique opportunity to have a vantage point of the Earth that not very many people get to see. And on a short duration flight, for my entertainment, anytime I had a spare minute, I just stuck my nose up to the window and watched the Earth go by. It's mesmerizing, and you just can't appreciate how beautiful it is. So the Earth is changing, and I would like to ask all of you, what are your thoughts? What words of advice do you have for the folks that haven't flown in space that you would share, having seen what you've seen from Earth? Who wants to go first?
Well, I'd like to go actually back to the Apollo era when they start to talk about Spaceship Earth, that we are all astronauts on Spaceship Earth, and it really feels like that. In the beginning, my first flight, you're working very hard, you don't want to make mistakes, etc. But then there is this moment that you take your time, and I realized that I was outside. I was not part of it anymore. Going around it, and then I realized this is it. This feels like a spaceship. The universe feels very, well, threatening. It's cold, empty radiation, and that's it. This very thin atmosphere. So I really start to feel it like a living object. It looked like a cell with a very thin membrane that could break any moment. So that is something very, very special, and it took some time to realize that because you're working very hard all the time. But then all of a sudden you realize, whoa, this is something like a living creature, actually.
Yuri, any thoughts you'd like to share on that?
Actually, two things. First, it's a long duration weightlessness. It's not possible to have experience here. And Earth from space. My first expectation was, oh, Earth is so small, it's so fragile, it's just... And when I first time saw it, I was amazed in the size and how beautiful it is. It's 1.5 hours, just one orbit, and you can spend all day just looking at the Earth. And I realized we are lucky we have such a beautiful home, and we don't understand. We live too close, all this beautiful. That's why we, most of the time, too busy to understand how good, how beautiful our planet is.
Jim.
Yeah, on my first space flight, STS-44, we launched going east into the night. And so when we got to orbit, it was dark outside. So I got out of my seat, went down to the middeck, took off my suit, helped others with things. And then I drifted back upstairs to get to work because you have a lot to do when you first get to orbit. And as I went by the windows, the big, large windows on the top of the space shuttle, there was the Earth. And I was awed by it. I had not anticipated, I hadn't thought about it, but I saw the Earth and I went to the window and I just stayed there looking at the Earth go by. And it was so beautiful and so special. And I just stayed there. And then my commander, Fred Gregory, said, Jim, get back to work. We got stuff to do. And I had to pull myself away from the window. And so looking out the window on all my space flights was one of my favorite things to do. It's just a beautiful Earth, and we get to appreciate it from a little bit different perspective. I wish everyone had that same opportunity.
Drew, did you notice when you talked, did you notice changes between your first flight and your last flight?
Thanks, because I was going to talk about my feelings in space, but since that's what we were talking about, but now you throw me a curveball.
You can talk about feelings.
Yeah, so I didn't really notice many changes, between the first flight and the last flight, mainly because on the first two flights I couldn't pay attention. What I noticed about the last flight when I finally got to start looking at the planet was how, and it's already been expressed, that you can stare at it forever because every second that you look at the Earth is never the same when you see it again, either because the orbit has changed or the time of day has changed or the seasons have changed or whatever, but it's never, ever identical to the last time that you saw it, no matter how many times you see it over 6.5 months in that case. So that was unique to me, and my overall impression of the planet was one of vulnerability, and that if every human could realize the vulnerability of us on this only planet, and the fact that there's no grocery stores or hardware stores nearby in space, like it's just this place, I think we would, we would treat each other differently, and we would go about our business very differently on the planet. So,
Julie.
I use the expression when you look at the Earth from above that you see a blue marble in the backdrop of darkness. It's incredibly beautiful, it's magnificent. But then if you are wondering, because the folks who have here, what you can do is you can do a lot. You have to almost think like an astronaut. When we go up in a spacecraft, the spacecraft is protecting us. Without it, we can't live in space. The only place where we can live and that we share collectively is planet Earth at our feet. But every single one of us make sure we're meticulous. We don't put the spacecraft in jeopardy. We don't flick the wrong switch. We don't do something that will harm this machine without which we can't live. Well, so whenever you compost or you recycle or you vote or you do something, it might be just a little thing, but that little thing multiplied millions of times will help protecting this only planet that we have. Because at the moment, no matter how we wish, we've never been anywhere where we can live. The only thing we have is planet Earth.
Bob, what about you?
What about me? I just, I can remember my very first flight back in 1990. I saw, if anybody has seen the movie The Blue Planet, I went and saw it after my first flight in IMAX. And I said, that's it. That's how it looks on that big screen. I said, no, that's not it. It looks better. But what I remember from that flight, that was a 28-degree inclination flight, 28 north to south. It was the blue planet. It was tropical, it was water, it was everything. Then my second flight was a high inclination flight in December, going up to 51.6 degrees inclination. And no, 57. We were at 57 degrees on STS 53. And it was in the northern hemisphere most of the time where it was light. We were on the Terminator, but I just remember mountainous, frozen wasteland for the entire flight. It was hard to believe that anybody lived on it. It was quite a disparity. But I remember on that first flight, looking down on the Amazon and just seeing all the fires and the smoke going from west-east across the entire Amazon. It was being burned off. And I think it's, this is a special place that we live on, and we need to take care of it. So, I got time for a couple more, maybe one more. The International Space Station has been up there with a crew for 25 years. It started in 1998. In the spring, early 2028, SpaceX is going to deliver a deorbit module to the International Space Station to help for a controlled deorbit. And it's going to take about 1.5 to 2 years for the orbit to decay, where there's enough propulsion in that deorbit module along with the prop on the Russian side to do a controlled deorbit of the International Space Station in 2030. It is going to come to an end, and that's going to be kind of a sad day for those of us that had a chance to be a part of it. So I will ask each of you, and you can raise your hand who wants to go first. What do you think the major contribution of the International Space Station is, or was at that time? What did we learn from the International Space Station? What's its major contribution to society, to our life, to our world?
I'll go first because maybe it'll be the easy answer. Nobody can repeat it. I think it's continuous human presence in space and international cooperation. I mean, it's really the only model that exists like that in our entire species and has existed for 25 years. And I think that's incredible. And it's we've all referenced it for the last couple of decades, even outside of our community. It's been referenced as a model for how we cooperate and achieve great things, and that's what it does. And it's going to be interesting to see how that carries forward, because the models won't be the same. We already know that.
Anyone else want to add anything? Andre? Well, Jim, you go, and then Andre.
Yeah, you know, building anything in space is really difficult, but I think one of the greatest things about the International Space Station was that we built it with work being done in Japan, Canada, Russia, the United States, Europe, and all of these people who had a shared common interest in space were able to build something that worked very well together. You know, and building stuff like that's hard, but building it in different places and then putting it together in an even more difficult place like space was a remarkable technical achievement. And then to use it for 30 years to do science and research and to learn more about living and working in space together, I think was just a tremendous achievement.
Andre? Okay,
Yeah,
Jerry.
sure. I'm partially answer this question, but I think I realized that after flight, crew members speak about each other from different point of view, not like they did before flight. And it's a very interesting phenomenon because it's special group of people, cosmonaut, astronaut, and their relationship between each of them. And we should learn more about how this group of people gather together and what's main important stuff. It shows us we can to work together like we do in space, I mean on Earth. That's why we should learn about it and try to understand what we're supposed to change here to have the same experience on the Earth.
Actually, that adds, what I have to say, that it adds to that, because what I think is maybe the most important thing is that it has been proposed for a Nobel Peace Prize several times. And we still have some years, maybe we make it. I think that's a beautiful example how to work in space together. So it's a fantastic place. The research we did is threefold. I mean, you do it for space itself, how to cool a satellite, what material protects against radiation, etc. It's fundamental research. Does a cell have organs to feel where gravity is? How does a flame, fluid physics, all kind of different basic stuff. And then the third was applied science. All kind of companies, industries that do their research there as well to improve production process. It's a beautiful place to show how intelligent we are, but also how wise we are. To work together and do all this for the benefit of the whole planet.
Julie?
I think about, say, 500 years from now, what are we going to remember from ISS? And we're not going to remember the names of the folks who worked on it necessarily, but we will remember that this was in 1998 when your crew put the first module together. First time in the history of humanity that people had decided to put money, resource, heart, time, effort to bridge the gap, to work together, to build a scientific laboratory in one of the harshest places in the world, in orbit of the Earth, and to do so simply to advance knowledge and to promote international collaboration. That will be remembered in 500 years from now, and let it not be the only time.
Amen. All right, final question, and then we got to transition to commercial space because we need a future after ISS. I'll give you an opportunity to add one more thing that you'd like to add. Anything that you'd like to say before we end the panel, and we're going to start with you, Julie, because I always start with Andre. So you got time to think, Andre.
Good.
Well, I'm going to go real quick on this one, but I have a mystery from my second flight, STS-127, which was finishing the Japanese laboratory. We were at the very end of the construction. There I brought some cookies from Canada. They're called maple leaf cookies. They have maple cream inside. Really good.
Very nice.
And somehow I had brought lots of them in 2 little package. NASA packaged them, and they put my color on it. So that's a little dot with a green dot to say it belongs to me. Put it in a drawer. And Bob, when I got at the end of the mission to distribute the cookies, there were lots and lots of empty packets. There was not a single maple cookie left in my drawer at the end of the mission. And to this day, and now I have folks I've flown with in this room, somehow, it just happened I was there with 12 guys, 13 people. I've asked them many, many times, but I always get the answer, what? There were cookies on board? Really?
That's a real crime to eat somebody else's food. I hope that you can figure that one out, Julie. Drew, you got anything you'd like to add?
Just that I had the same problem with Nutella in space. I made the mistake of leaving it out in the open, and it quickly disappeared, so I had to ask for more. But I do want to say thanks to the next generation of explorers, the people that have come out to listen to us and learn about what we're doing and the message we're trying to share. And I'd also like to say, you know, the way our civilization is moving forward and our species, the things that we see happening in the world, none of this is new. And we should all just work hard to try to do better every day and, you know, try to contribute internationally to work together and care for the people around us and the planet that we live on.
Jim.
Every time Yuri and I get together, usually at an ASE Congress, we talk politics. And that's a hard thing to do these days because I don't understand Russian politics and what's happening there, and I ask him to explain it, and of course he can't really explain it. He asked me what's happening with American politics, and I have no idea. I can't explain it to him. But we always walk away still as friends and space brothers, and it doesn't matter what the political things are that are swirling around us because we shared a very special experience working and training and preparing for and then living together in space. And it's an equalizer. It makes you not think about someone's politics or their background or their race or their creed or their religion or anything else. You think about them as a human being that you've become bonded with and a true friend with. And that's what I took away from I think the main thing from my International Space Station experience was just that very human level.
Я по-русски скажу. Я думаю, что нам в наше название Конгресса надо добавить Конгресс счастливых людей, потому что такой опыт, как у нас, его нет ни у кого. И поскольку придет время, и мы тоже должны будем уйти, нам надо как можно больше оставить этого опыта для молодых людей. Мы должны писать книги, снимать фильмы, встречаться с людьми, попытаться поделиться опытом, уникальным опытом, который мы приобрели, потому что этот опыт никого не может оставить равнодушным. Как вид Земли, как невесомость, мы должны каждый работать, чтобы оставить этот опыт последующим. Спасибо.
And I would like to finish with thanking all the people who make it possible. We talk about astronauts here. We are a team on board, but it's only possible because we are a team on the whole planet. People who design it, people who build it, people who test it, who qualify it. Mission control in Korolyov, in Tsukuba, in Munich, Huntsville, Houston. And I really felt that I was part of a big, big team. And I was just the hands and the eyes of the people on the ground. And without all these people all over the planet, 24/7, this would not have been possible. So, thanks to them.
And you.
Well, I want to personally thank all of you for saying yes when I asked you to be on this panel. And you guys are all my favorites, everybody. It's so great to be with all of you and to be able to share with folks that hopefully will pick something up from this. There is not going to be a coffee break. I would like a round of applause for this panel, and I'd like my next panel to come on up. Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. Stretch your legs, no breaks, all right? All right, you can sit down now. Test, test. All right, kill the music. Close the doors. Lock everybody in. All right, so we've now talked about Apollo-Soyuz. You got a lot of history. We've talked about Shuttle Mir. You learned about working together in a different way. You learned about the International Space Station and how amazing it is. But we have to have a future together. The International Space Station, as I said, it's coming down in 2030, and we want to be able to continue. And I believe commercial space is the future, and that's why I've asked these commercial space experts to be kind enough to sit down with me, and I'll introduce them. Dr. Tom Marshburn. Tom was selected to be an astronaut in 2004. He flew on STS-127, TMA 07, Expedition 3435, and SpaceX Crew 3 Expedition Crew 3, the Expedition 66 and 67. So a lot of space and 3 vehicles. I'm going to ask you about that. Tabor, let's see, 2023, man, you just got back. He was one of 4 selected Hungarian astronauts for their program, and he flew the Axiom 4 mission just in 2025 this year on a commercial space flight, and that was amazing. Anusha Ansari, Soyuz TMA, I should have put my glasses on, 9 in 2006 up to the space station. And finally, Etienne Stibbe flew the Axiom 1 mission to ISS in 2022. So you guys have flown on government vehicles, commercial vehicles a lot. I believe commercial space is our future, and I'd like to get your thoughts on that. So first off, I have one specific question for each of you, and then I got a bunch of general questions that you can just jump on. So Etienne, I'm going to start with you down at that end, we'll work our way back. What was your motivation for going to space on a commercial flight? And what have been the results of it for you, having flown on that commercial flight to space?
Thank you for your inviting me to speak here. So the idea that I can build the mission, when I go to space, I can decide what I'm going to do on the International Space Station. Now, when the opportunity came in 2020, and SpaceX just started to send people to the station, I signed up, and then I found out that no one in my country knows anything about the space station and what you can do there and what laboratories you can use and how to send material. And so we had to set up teams, and we set up 3 teams, scientific, educational, and artistic. So the idea was to invite everyone to participate in this mission, everyone in the country. Doesn't matter age, profession, and the idea really, in order to build the mission, we called for proposals. It was an open source mission. People send ideas, do this, do that, why not that? And these teams screened all the ideas, all the proposals from children, songs, performances, art, and had to go through NASA and the space station to approve each item, if it's to take things or work on a laboratory. And it was exciting because the result that you ask is millions of people participated in the mission. We were working full-time on those activities, and we got an incredible good support from the NASA, ESA, and Russian astronauts that were on board in order to complete those.
And I should have mentioned it, but Etienne he flew with Israel's first astronaut, Ilan Ramon. And Ilan was a truly amazing individual also. And that's a special bond that you had with him.
That's true.
Anusha, so I'm going to ask you the same question. You know, what was your motivation for going to space? And why do you think commercial space is important? What's the future?
So my love of space and wanting to go to space started when I was a child, and started as a childhood curiosity, turned into a scientific curiosity, and then later to a purpose curiosity, trying to learn about our universe, understanding my place in it, helped me understand and decide on my direction and purpose in life. And it's a deep passion and love that I had. My background and my life was completely focused on being a tech entrepreneur and engineer, and I was on a different path, but I knew at some point I will make a detour, and when I did, it really emphasized how important this was for me. So through the work I did with X Prize, we were one of the first ones to believe that a commercial space program will not only open the opportunity for millions of people who really want to experience going to space, but cannot make it through the very limited space program run by governments. But also, it really, I mean, working as a tech entrepreneur, I saw how competition had helped different industries grow, especially in telecom industry. I've seen that many, many times with different technologies coming on board. So we deeply, and I deeply believe that bringing competition and bringing a commercial rigor will help, in partnership with the government space agencies, build something that's long-term sustainable and progresses at the rate of technology instead of at the rate of bureaucracy. So that was my motivation behind wanting to see commercial space activities. And as a result, we've seen how exponentially the cost of access to space now has been reduced and continue to be dropped, which has opened up opportunity for investment in space, for different businesses to exist in space, and it will help focus the work of the government space agencies on the frontier technologies and on frontier exploration.
Tibor, as the newest space flyer on the panel, what were your thoughts? What stuck out to you? What do you think about flying in space? And share with us your impression.
Thank you for having me. I mean, obviously flying to space is pretty fun. I love the whole thing. The launch was an unforgettable experience. I could do it any day. And I will be probably talking about a little bit about the launch itself tomorrow. Coming back to what Anusha said, I think that's super important for us. When it comes to commercial space, I was actually motivated by the engineering marvel and the engineering achievements of these commercial companies and reusable rockets. That was around 2014, 2016. That was around the time when I actually finished my university studies, my master's studies as a mechanical engineer. So that sparked my curiosity. And unfortunately, our Foreign Affairs Ministry, they announced the program in 2022 or maybe 2021. I applied and I got the lucky one and I got selected. The reason why I'm telling all these is that the story is basically only 10 years old, or maybe even less. A country like Hungary would probably have never paid that amount of money if reusable rockets never come to the market. So because of the engineering efforts of these commercial companies, spaceflight indeed got much cheaper, and because of that, it is actually an enabler and opens doors not only for investors and technologies, but also for smaller countries like ours. So Hungary is like 10 million within our borders, and either if it's a smaller country, it should have the chance to fly to space, and it should have the chance to inspire the young generations. So that's exactly what happened with us. With AX4, Poland, India, and Hungary. I mean, India is obviously not a small country, but all of the three countries have been waiting 40 years or more for their second astronaut to fly. And that was actually enabled by commercial companies. So I think it's a beautiful thing. And as you said, it's the price is gonna drop as well, or even more. And the possibility is just gonna come.
Was Peggy really a tough commander?
She is always a tough commander. Peggy, also known as a space ninja, we could have not been more lucky. I don't know about her. She had to handle 3 kid Labradors or whatever when we came to space. It was a really tough time for her, but it was awesome. And she's Peggy. I don't know. I'm looking at you guys. She's the most experienced American astronaut from female to male with her 695 days in space. She had to fly with 3 first-timers, which is an awful job, I think. But she did really great. Her superpower is building a team. That's her words, not mine. But I completely agree with that. And even though that she's so experienced, she is extremely humble and basically down to earth, which is irony, but she's the best commander for sure.
Tom, you've flown on Shuttle, you've flown on Soyuz, you've flown on the Crew Dragon. How about giving us your impression of the 3 and the differences? What likes and dislikes, whatever. Tell us about flying on all 3.
I'm glad you didn't ask me which is my favorite, because it's like, which is your favorite kid? You know, I mean, if you have kids. Each experience is so unique. So the start and the end of all of them are exactly the same. You've been sitting on your rocket for about 2 hours. You do experience valves opening for the first time because it's never in a simulator. So you hear a groan or feel a vibration. In the SpaceX, you actually feel the rush of fuel as it starts to load. That's when you know it's for real, it's serious. And you're impatient, you've been sitting there 2 hours. Now in the shuttle, at that point, I think of it as a big rumbling truck flying down a rocky road because of just the solids and how they just shake you so much as you're launching, and the incredible wall of sound that surrounds you. Of course, when they pop off, then it becomes quite smooth. The liquid rockets, the Soyuz and the Dragon, are quite smooth from the start until you get out of the wind and the buffeting of the upper atmosphere. Staging on the Soyuz is completely unique because they light the 3rd stage before they drop the 2nd stage. So you see everybody go bam and come forward, and if the UHF is still going, you see people's faces just kind of their eyes pop open when that occurs. But when that happens on the Soyuz, this beautiful tidal wave of sparks go flying by you, ahead of you, and then of course you accelerate right past them, and they go flying behind you. In the background of the blackness of space is incredible. The Dragon is very unique at that staging point because all acceleration stops, and you actually loft for a while. It's very quiet. You almost feel like you're in 0G, but then the MVAC engine slowly starts to accelerate. Of course, in all cases, everybody's experienced it and loves it, is when you get to main engine cutoff, and suddenly it's 0G, and it's just wonderful.
Awesome. So, toss-up. Somebody raised their hand who wants to go first. How important is it that we have a commercial space station before we deorbit ISS? Is that important? Anybody want to tackle that one?
Okay.
You're building one.
Yeah, I'll go first just because it's incredibly important. First of all, kind of tied to your other question, why it's important to even have commercial anything in space, because it's so difficult, so expensive to have and slow, relatively slow. Government bureaucracy has to answer a lot of things for its people, not just the bottom line for a business. And so it can happen faster, but also the government agency has to do those things that businesses are not going to do, say send a crew to Mars, perhaps, or inhabit the moon. And so businesses can take over low Earth orbit, can perform those activities that have to be done there. And we always say low Earth orbit is the first step to everywhere else. Everything has to be tested. We're never going to build a Mars ship and just launch it and go straight to Mars without having tested it for months, if not years, in low Earth orbit first. And so every stage, a government agency is likely to lead, and then the businesses will take over from there.
Anyone else want to comment on that one?
I wanted to
Etienne?
ask you, Bob, you undocked the ISS, right? You were the first assembly team that was working on the ISS. When you undocked, you imagined that this could survive for nearly 30 years?
Oh, at least 20, it had to. Yeah, and you know, it's going to be really sad when it comes down. I think it's just absolutely amazing what we have accomplished working together to build that phenomenal space station that's up there. But my personal opinion is that, you know, we do have to have a follow-on. There has to be a commercial space station. I think there's great benefit to it. So I'm going to ask my next question, and you can go back to answering the other along with it. But how important is it that we have international cooperation on a commercial space station?
So together with the previous question, I believe that the future of the commercial space stations will change the profession astronaut. Today, an astronaut is expected to do everything: maintenance, healthcare, everything. I believe like any sophisticated institute, like a hospital, it will have technicians, it will have the doctors, it will have the trainers, and I think there'll be opportunities for different professions, humanities, to go to space. And that commercial stations can offer. You see, they invest much more in the design, in the lifestyle, in the training, in playing games, and enjoying the sensation of watching Earth.
I think international cooperation is essential for our future of space exploration because in order to preserve a peaceful use of space, we have to have cooperation. Whether it's commercial or government, I think you can probably achieve collaboration with less red tapes through commercial activities. But even at that stage, I think it's important to have this balance of power by cooperation. And I think I agreed with the previous panel when we talked about how ISS has been a place where we demonstrated how nations can work peacefully and collaboratively in space, building things, doing experiments, sharing information, while still there are conflicts on Earth. And I don't want to lose that because I think the way things are changing in our societies, especially with technology and how there's a power struggle with countries and how their technologies can take over the world, I think we need to have one place at least that we can demonstrate collaboration will advance us further together versus trying to grab power and hold on to it.
I totally agree. I think the message of ISS, the most important message of ISS is peaceful collaboration. When we talked about and thought about our own mission, it was 4 countries. But what we usually said that actually we think that we are more alike to each other than maybe our countrymen back at home. So we have to realize these common goals and common purpose. That was science for us, and then we can achieve these. When it comes to my mission, it was only a couple of hundred people in Hungary. It grew and grew. We invited researchers. We also did an open call. It was a couple of hundred people. Same for Poland and same for India. But when we started to train together, that was also ESA in the picture in Cologne, Tsukuba in Japan, NASA, SpaceX. And so basically only one small mission, which was a short duration mission, it was 20 days, that involved thousands of people. Only one mission, thousands of people from all around the world. And I think that's really, really essential because we travel the world, we build these friendships, and we learned a lot from each other. And everyone is good at different things. And when it comes to your other question, I think there are many practical reasons for that. There are going to be commercial space stations, and there are different approaches. What Axiom does is that they will dock to the space station. One of the reasons for that is that they will actually save science from ISS, and that's important because there are precious equipment and science that should not be thrown out So there are definitely practical reasons. And the other thing is, there is the emotional side of the story. There has to be a continuation. When there is a gap, like, when Apollo ended, then came a huge gap, which still continues, basically. Everyone knows that it's a huge gap. We should have been continuing something. If you don't continue, that's a whole other story. So I think there's an emotional effect as well.
Excellent. Tom, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, it's just the natural state of humans to do these things together. And what I love, Eitan said something, we had the privilege of flying together. One thing he said, looking back on the ISS, probably 500 years from now, there will be some scientific discoveries that are kind of woven into the fabric of life, and those may be forgotten. But I'll just say, and everybody else has echoed this as well, is the ISS is a place of peace, and will always be seen that way in the fundamentally most human element, and that is and kindness, I guess, between us, which is exploration and creation.
May I add something?
I've always felt
Bob?
that when we leave.
May I add a story?
Oh, absolutely.
So Tom and I, we were lucky
Please.
to celebrate Yuri Gagarin Day, 12th of April. So the Russian crew hosted the whole 11 astronauts, the whole crew in their quarters in the Russian side, and we celebrated. So the first thing was to gather all whatever is sweet and pile it up on the table, cream and fruits and cookies, and it was a big pile. And we started eating slowly. We couldn't finish it all, and after really our sugar level in the blood was so high that we had to stop. And then Oleg, the Russian commander, he just flips over the table with all the cake standing here. And, okay, and now we eat fish.
I will also say a very quick story. When I was on orbit with the Russian guys, I got two gifts. Two very, very important gifts. One of them was a special Russian sock, which is completely different. And it has those, like those things that makes it sticky. So it's completely different than the US version. And the other one was actually the same Apollo-Soyuz coin, what has been just presented to you, because it means so much to those Russian guys. They have been doing those coins, and they just bought some to the ISS, and they gave it to us, to the three of us or four of us. So it's I think it's a super powerful message again about collaboration.
So, this continuous presence, it really is important. Look at the Russians. They did not deorbit Soyuz until they had Mir up. They did not deorbit Mir until they were on ISS, and they've always had that continuous presence. As far as exploring beyond our home planet, I've always felt that, the importance of working together, that I believe that when we leave our planet, we should leave as the people of planet Earth, not the people of any one nation. When Artemis II launches to the moon, there's going to be a Canadian on board, which I think is very positive. So, our future, we need to work together on this, not separately. And I believe, for one thing, it's way too expensive, and we need to pool our resources if we're going to be successful. Let's see, next question. Give me one experience from your flight that really stuck out to you, that you remember, that you want to share with the audience. Anusha, why don't you go first?
Well, everything was so new to me, and my flight actually happened to be a fluke because I was a backup crew. I trained with Peggy, and I wasn't supposed to fly. I was told that I was selected to fly just 3 weeks before the flight. I had finished training as a backup crew, but I wasn't scheduled, so I didn't have time to do my own experiments. So I, organized with the European Space Agency and carried on 4 of those missions. But I think one of the unique experiences I had was one day I was just floating above the cupola was not there, the station was still being built, so I was over the big window on the Russian side, and I was just watching the Earth go by and just listening to my iPod. And there was lightning going on the ground, and I was listening to this music, and it felt like a display, a light show that was going, perfectly well with my music, and I was enjoying it. And then I had to remind myself that from this vantage point, it was a very peaceful, beautiful experience. But those in traffic stuck trying to get home, and it's raining, and there's chaos all over, are going through a completely opposite experience. And it just re-emphasized one thing that is common from all of us that had the opportunity to be in spaces. It gives us different perspective. It helps us see the world through a different lens, and just reminding ourselves of that when things don't go our way, or there is conflict or chaos going on, or big problems happening. I always try to go to that moment and try to look at it from a different perspective, whether it will give me an insight to a solution or just helps me see the other point of view. It has been an experience that I cherish.
We had so many great memories with Crew 10 and the Soyuz and S-27 guys. I would refer back, actually resonating with your other questions, it was 11 of us on board, 11 people from 6 countries, and out of that 11 people, 7 was rookie flyers, like seven new flyers, which tells me a lot about how space is expanding and how space is really about collaboration. So for me, it's always about people. First hour when we docked to the station, due to KU coverage, we had to wait 1 hour until our opening ceremony, so we had to kill time. So Anne McLean, she said, okay, why don't you guys, this was right after we arrived, why don't you guys close your eyes and trust us? And obviously they grabbed our waist, and we were 3 puppies, Swabo, Shux, and me, and they brought us to Cupola with our eyes closed, and then they told us when can we open our eyes. And that was, we were phasing for 28 hours, so we saw Earth, but seeing Earth for the first time from Cupola, that's totally different. So we were just there, three first-time flyers, and wandering around for 20 minutes. It was a wonderful feeling. And then we still had time, right? So Anne told us that, okay, why don't you call your parents? So I went to a laptop, and basically, first hour on station, I dialed the number of my mom, and I could call her. And that was 30 hours after the launch, and I could feel her voice that she's relieved. She saw the videos, she saw the TV, that okay, we are docked, we are safe. And trust me, that was not the feeling that she had when the launch was happening, because I also called her from the launch tower, and that was a very, very different, very emotional discussion. But when I arrived to station, it was, again, totally different. Those were only the first hour of station, but those were really beautiful moments.
Tom, based on his question, I have a question before you answer. So having looked at the Earth on a spacewalk and having been in the cupola, what do you prefer, looking at the Earth in your spacesuit or being in the cupola in shirt sleeves watching the Earth go by? Which is better?
That's a great question. There's such different experiences. A spacewalk is so intense that, and you're on a timeline, you don't get that many glimpses of the Earth. I mean, you see it all at once, but you don't have any chance really to sit there and study it at all. Whereas, and what you're amazed by is once you're outside the ISS, on my second mission, I'd been inside of it for 5 months, and then suddenly right before I was going to come home on an emergency spacewalk, I found myself on the outside, and you're holding on to it, and you realize it's not attached to anything. It's going around the Earth. The Earth is moving under you, and you go, wow, how is this even happening? You get that extreme feeling of I could fall. But on the inside, time is very valuable. You don't have much. But on each flight, I made it a point to grab a crewmate, go to the window, and to look at the Earth from the window with someone else, and to share it with someone. It's a very unique experience. They have a different perspective. Julie and I, we had a beautiful cross right over Canada at the top of that orbit when there was a storm and during the sunset. So she was able to just lay out all the beautiful places, point them out, and describe them to me, what they look like from the ground. Jessica Watkins, a planetary geologist who used to work on the Curiosity probe before she became an astronaut, pulled her to the window when we were going over Africa. What do you see? Tell me with your brain. Tell me what you're how you see this. So looking out the window with somebody else, I think is the thing I'll always bring back and never forget.
So Andre before spoke about the comedies that they watched in space. So we had a comedy, but then the Russian crew decided to check how brave we are. And Sergei there, they chose a film called Salute 7. And that's a space station falling apart. You're sitting there, the 11 of us, and we're looking at that movie. But I remember you're speaking about docking and undocking. So the docking, we were lucky to look through the window just a few hundred meters before docking. And I saw the space station first time as a golden jewel in the black sky, the black universe, not sky. So it was just a beautiful, beautiful moment because space was dark, Earth was dark, and the jewel was still shining gold. And very similar, after undocking, we were on the Venus port, so we went up. After 10 minutes, we were out of our seat and watching the station and flying over the station below us, this big metal structure, amazingly flying with no power at a huge speed. And these are pictures I will never forget.
All right, so I'm going to try and get us out of here a little bit early because we got a bus to catch, and a lot of folks would like to change into casual clothes before we go on the next event. But hopefully I can squeeze in a couple more questions. First off, what's one thing that you would like to leave with the students and the non-space flyers in the audience? What's one thing that you would like to tell them to remember? Tom?
It's so good that you're here because you are the future. There are concerns that our next generation's up to something like space flight. Greater risks are going to have to be taken going to the moon and Mars. The path today, at least to get there, is very hard. Math, physics, science, engineering, medicine, these are hard subjects. But I want to say it is worth it. Every bit of it is worth it. So thank you for your enthusiasm that brought you here. Just keep at it, keep going. And if you want to be there, you'll find yourself there one day.
Yes, thank you guys for being here. My mission incorporated hundreds of people from Hungary. Lots of those people, a majority of those people, they have never been working in space before. So they came up with ideas and we created experiments out of those. So ultimately we created science to space, which was awesome. So now, back at home, I have a couple of hundred people hungry because they created successful space experiments, so now they want to do more. So now we have to create another mission for them. So it's a never-ending circle, but it's fine, because these people realized that whatever field they are studying or working at, let it be biology or law or whatever, if it starts with space, like space biology, space law, space economics, whatever, that's going to be the peak of that field. That's how I see it. So even if you don't want to be an astronaut, if you have the chance to work in something space, like space biology or whatever, you can be sure that you will be working on the hardest questions of that field. And I think that's motivating enough. So if you happen to go towards those paths, then you are really the future.
I would like to also just, first of all, thank them for being here and participating. That's the first step to learn. And also just remind them that, I'm an example, like Marcos talked about how he had a dream that seemed impossible. I'm sure for some of them, going to space seems like an impossible dream, but at least both of us are examples of, yes, it is possible, and it requires hard work. It's not going to be easy. But fortunately, I think there will be a lot more opportunities because we're going to have permanent presence in space, in orbit, on the moon, and beyond. And that opens up opportunity for more people to participate in the new space economy. And the last thing I would say that, experience of being in space changes you, helps you become a better version of you. And don't relegate the future of space to humanoid robots. It's still worth it for us, even though there are dangers and there's harsh environment. There's still a reason for us to experience that individually.
Just to add to everything that was said, don't give up. There will be a next Brazilian astronaut, and probably on the moon, or even further. So don't give up.
My mission was in the news, there was a query, like a questionnaire, they as the general public, it turned out more young guys want to be TikTokers than astronauts, which is not good. Indeed, opportunities will come. There's going to be even more and more astronauts, so please be astronauts. That's much more than being TikTokers. Like, it's much more important.
All right, show of hands. First, who thinks commercial space is our future? You guys can answer too. All right. And who would go back again if they had the chance? Hey, first up, thank you so much for saying yes to being part of this panel. How about a round of applause for our commercial space panel? Giselle, I turn it back over to you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for everyone. As we conclude this afternoon's activities here at Club Med Lake Paradise, we remind all participants that at 5 p.m. we will begin the official transfer to São Paulo, where the technical visit and welcome cocktail will take place at the Catavento Museum, one of the Latin America's leading centers for science outreach. We kindly ask all participants to be ready for boarding the official buses, following the schedule and instructions provided by the coordination team. We wish everyone a pleasant evening and inspiring experience in the city of São Paulo. Once more, thank you very much and see you there. Thank you. Bye-bye.